The board review. Today, February 28, 2023, we will now formally open this meeting of the Illinois Board of Review. We will begin with the board members themselves introducing themselves to the panel, as well as the panel introduce themselves to all participants, after which I will hear from the law department regarding cases that are continued, withdrawn, otherwise resolved. And then we will begin hearing individual cases. Again, I'm Kenneth Woodson, board chair. So, Mr. Wade, if you could unmute all the board members, please.
Yes.
Let us continue.
Hi, this is Ralph Pincus, board member.
Steve Pettit, board member.
Roger S. Tennant, senior board member.
It's still muted, Richie.
No, you're open.
Beverly,
You're open.
okay, Beverly Penn, board member.
In Washington, board member.
Ryan McSherry, Board Counsel.
Richard Wade, board administrator.
Thank you very much. Okay, who's going to speak on behalf of the law department today?
Good afternoon, members of the board. Will Fernandez for this City of Philadelphia.
Okay, Mr. Fernandez, what I'm looking for are the folks who are still on that side of the table upstairs.
Understood, Chairman. And actually, at the beginning of last week, I resumed employment at the law department and left.
Oh,
I was about to get to that. I promise.
I thought you had a lapse there for a moment. Okay,
No,
let's start all over again.
Of course, Will Fernandez for the City of Philadelphia. It feels a little bit strange to be saying that again. And before I go through the list of the city's moot cases, withdrawn appeals, and cases settled by agreement, I want to apologize for the casual dress. Some growing pains getting back to being a lawyer. I'll be back in a suit and tie next time, and I'll probably have some cases then too, perhaps.
Understood.
Thank you, Chairman. To begin going down the list, case number 3 with an appeal number ending in 1845. That appeal can be marked moot complied.
Number 3, moot complied. Thank you.
Yes. Case number 5 with an appeal number ending in 2102. That case can also be marked moot complied.
Moot complied. Thank you.
Case number 6 on the list, appeal number ending 1746, moot complied.
Moot complied. Thank you.
Case number 9 on the list, ending 1717, moot complied.
Okay. Oh, Mr. Fernandez, I think what would be helpful if we would also list the appellant's name in case
Absolutely.
they happen to be in the room and they would know that their matter has been addressed.
Okay, since everything that I've named so far has been moot complied, I'll just name those 4 appellants and then I'll pick
Okay.
up where I paused. The 4 appellants who have had their appeals marked moot complied are Monica Washington, Eric Lawrence, Hua Ding, and Walter Ulatowski.
Thank you.
Okay, and that to resume, case number 10 on the list, appeal ending 2104, primary appellant Hao Chiang. That I have it marked as appeal withdrawn. I'm not sure if the board has already received the withdrawal of the appeal, but I want to confirm that.
Okay, Mr. Wade, do we know
Board
that?
administration has received that, yes.
Fantastic. Case number 12 on the list, appeal ending 2078, appellant 4234 McAllister LLC. That matter is moot complied.
Thank you.
Case number 16 on the list, appeal ending in 1776, appellant Michael Hanamirian, excuse me. That is also, the appeal has been withdrawn. Administration, do you have that withdrawn?
Yes,
Thank you.
board administration has received.
Okay, case number 18, appeal number ending in 2489, appellant Dobson Scott LP. That is also appeal withdrawn.
Thank you. So noted.
Yes,
Okay, case number 19 on the list, appeal number ending in 2079 with appellant 4234 McAllister LLC. is moot complied.
Moot complied, thank you.
Case number 21 on the list, appeal number ending 1640, appellant Michael Hurwitz, moot complied.
Moot complied, thank you.
Excuse me, I'm sorry to interrupt. Mr. Fernandez, do you mind saying the address for the inspectors? Because that's what they go by. They don't know who the appellant is or what the appellant's number is or who the appellant is.
I'm happy to, Ms. Alford, and in fact, what I'll do is I can quickly list off the addresses of all the cases that have been disposed. Since they're either withdrawn or moot complied, I don't think it really matters which one is which, so I'll just list
Yeah.
the addresses of the cases that are no longer scheduled for a hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Fernandez.
Of course, my pleasure. 900 West Godfrey Avenue, 5122 Rochelle Avenue, 2054 Akins Street, 2615 Almond Street, 2132 Stevens Street, 4234 McAllister Street, 1608 Walnut Street, 4021 Ridge Avenue, 4234 McAllister Street, excuse me, and 910 to 16 South 3rd Street.
Okay, thank you.
Just to confirm, did I mention that the appeal ending 1640 with appellant Michael Hurwitz, that matter is moot complied? I'm not sure if I had said that or not.
Yes, you did.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Continuing on, case number 23 in the list, appeal ending in 3873 with appellant Emmett Dunphy and no listed address. That matter is moot complied.
Moot complied, thank you.
We have an address on our hearing list of 1242 South Bucknell Street.
Thank you, Mr. Pincus. For whatever reason on my sheet, it says null. Continuing on to the home stretch now, appeal number 26 on the list with appeal number ending in 1954, address 7828 Chelwind Avenue, and appellant Delane Andrews. That matter is moot complied.
Moot complied, thank you.
Case number 30 on the list, appeal ending in 1682, address 1624 Chestnut Street, appellant Jan Singer, moot complied.
Moot complied, thank you.
Case number 31 on the list, appeal ending in 1104, address 750 Landis Street, appellant Man Chung, matter is moot complied.
Moot complied, thank you.
Case number 32 on the list, appeal number ending in 1605, appellant Anthony Fusco. This one also does not have an address on my schedule printout.
Address, the address we show is 1285 Haverford Avenue.
Thank you.
Hereford Road, I think that's Hereford Road.
Correct.
That matter is also moot complied.
Thank you.
And finally, case number 33 on the list, appeal number ending in 1319, formatted address is 533 East Hunting Park Avenue, and the appellant is Joseph S. Smith Roofing Incorporated. There's been an agreement on that matter. If the board likes, I could read the terms of that agreement into the record.
Yes, if you give the highlights of that, please.
Yes, the violation of Philadelphia Code Section 9104 5A.3 and 9104 5A.1 cited in the license violation notice at issue here is withdrawn. The violation of Code Section 9104 5A.2 cited in the same license violation notice dated March 11th, 2022 is issued to the appellant, and issued to the appellant is hereby affirmed, and the total fine to be imposed is $1,000.
Okay, thank you. Is anyone here representing the company today? Is legal counsel here for Joseph Smith Roofing?
That I do not know.
Okay, what is your pleasure then?
The
Vote to
appeal,
affirm, yeah,
yes, the appeal should be a city affirmed with the caveat that the city is withdrawing two of the violations.
okay. All right, thank you very much. Then we will poll the board regarding HA-2022-001319, 533 East Hunting Park Avenue, Joseph S. Smith Roofing Incorporated. City affirmed as per the agreement, which includes withdrawal of 2 violations.
City affirmed as per the agreement and withdrawing 2 violations.
City affirmed as per the agreement with withdrawing 2 violations.
City affirmed per the agreement to withdraw 2 of the violations.
City affirmed as per agreement with withdrawal of 2 violations.
City affirmed per agreement with the withdrawal of 2 violations.
Thank you very much. Okay, Mr. Fernandez, does that complete your list of?
Yes, thank you,
Announcement?
members of the board. I think that the city has a few other matters, continuances
Okay.
and such.
right.
But that wraps up my my first stint representing the city before the board again. Thank you very much for your
Okay,
time.
welcome back.
I appreciate it. It feels like I
Welcome
didn't leave
back.
at all. Thank you, members.
Okay, who will be next? Speaking on behalf of the law department.
Good afternoon, Board.
Good
Nakia
afternoon.
Clark on behalf of the City of Philadelphia.
Yes, ma'am.
So I just wanted to address a preliminary matter regarding the need for counsel for 4 cases under the same petitioner name.
Yes. Please put
So
that
the
on the
first
record.
case, I'm sorry. So the first case is going to be number 13, ending in 001745, 2414 Frankfurt Avenue, Grit Construction LLC.
Okay, list all of them, then we'll come back to them.
Okay. Second case is number 14, ending in 001443, 2401 Frankfurt Avenue, Grit Construction LLC. Third case, number 20, ending in 001318, 5904 Germantown Avenue, Grit Construction LLC. And the fourth case, ending in 001335, is number 29 on the list, 2219 Emerald Street for Grit Construction LLC.
All right, thank
And I
you.
believe a representative is here today.
Okay, who's here representing Grit Construction?
Hi, my name is Casey.
Casey, would you mind activating your camera, please?
Sure. I'm on a cell phone, if that's okay.
Doesn't matter, as long as you can activate your camera so we can see you.
Okay, give me a second. I apologize.
Okay. Ma'am,
Mr.
are
Chair,
you,
Mr. Chair, just so I'm clear, is
Yes.
this the attorney for?
well, that's what we're gonna get to now. We aren't sure. yet.
No, I'm not. I'm just a representative. Nikia is going to be on our behalf.
Okay,
No,
who,
no.
wait, back up, stop. Everybody stop. Ma'am, what is your relationship and responsibility at Grit Construction?
I am an employee of Grit Construction.
What is your job title?
So I am an assistant project manager.
Okay, and this is, Grit Construction is a corporate company, correct? It's a corporation, correct?
Correct. Yes,
Okay.
I'm actually joining
Listen
with
to me,
my-
no, just answer my questions.
Okay,
To be represented at a hearing before this board requires that you have an attorney represent you as a corporation. So we can't not hear your case today. You need to hire an attorney to represent you.
Nikia had mentioned it'd be fine if she represented us on our behalf.
She
No,
can't, she
I
works for the
mentioned
city
I
of
was-
Philadelphia. She cannot represent you.
No,
She's
fair.
prosecuted.
I mentioned I would request the continuance. I informed them that I am not the attorney for the LLC.
Okay,
I think
All
she
right.
just joined as a different device. Ma'am,
Yes, I did try to.
under what name?
Casey Bedard.
Okay.
Yes,
Okay.
so my video's not working on my
before
phone.
you continue, raise your right hand. Do you swear affirm the testimony you give today be the truth so help you God?
Yes,
Okay, now we're gonna dispose of this pretty quickly. To participate at a hearing as a corporation, you need to have an attorney representing you. So your company, Grit Construction, needs to go out and hire a lawyer. Okay? And we will continue to matter to give you an opportunity to do that.
okay.
Okay?
Understood. Thank
All
you.
right. And, but quite frankly, the other thing that should happen, if you do attend in the future, someone who has authority at the company to make decisions, would be good for them to be there, because the consequences could be quite severe depending upon the violation. Understood?
Understood. Yes. When I spoke to Nakia, that was not brought to my attention.
Well, whoever read the violation notice didn't read the information. It says quite clearly, you must have an attorney if you are a corporation, okay?
I understand. Thank
right.
you.
Have a good afternoon. Now, those cases that were noted earlier, Ms. Clark, we will continue them, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Okay, all right. So I just for the record, number 13, HA-2022-001745, 2414 Frankfurt Avenue will be continued. The next matter, HA-2022-001443, 2401 Frankfurt Avenue will be continued. The third matter, HA-2022-001318, 5904 Germantown Avenue will be continued. And finally, HA-2022-001335, 2219 Emerald Street will be continued. Thank you very much. Alrighty. Anyone else have anything?
This is Christopher Johnson from the city of Philadelphia.
Yes, sir.
There's 3 matters I would like to bring to the board's attention.
Okay.
First, with respect to number 2 on the
Yes.
list, HA 2022-001894, 702 South 3rd Street, the appeal of Chalal and Rosenberg. This was an unsafe violation that should be properly brought before the Board of Building Standards. I had submitted a request to relist it for the BBS. Has that been granted?
It was not reviewed in executive session. If this one, is there anyone here representing that entity
Yeah,
today?
Mr. Miller.
Good afternoon, Andrew Miller.
Okay, Mr. Miller, would you raise your right hand?
Well, I'm the attorney, sir.
Oh, you are? Which
Yes, I
firm are
am.
you with?
Yes, I am.
Oh, okay. All right. My apologies. Okay. My apologies. So you don't have to raise your right hand. You've done that already.
Thank you.
I'm not doing
Good
this.
afternoon, Mr. Miller. He and I are acquainted.
Okay. So, Mr. Johnson, I'll take quick argument on your position, and then we will make a decision now in real time. How's that?
Well, the parties were in agreement about this and had requested that the board relist it for the Board of Building Standards. So I don't have a witness here on this case today, but also it's a violation of PM 15-108.1, and those are technical appeals that are normally within the purview of the Board of Building Standards.
Okay. I think it's probably appropriate then for us to state for the record that the Board of License Inspection Review does not have the authority to rule on such technical matters. And therefore, we would request that the appellants refile with the Board of Building Standards. Okay. So for the record, I think that disposes of this matter for us. Mr. McSherry, you
Okay.
have any additional advice?
Yeah, with
Mr. McSherry?
I did not know. I did not receive the request to transfer this over to the Board of Building Standards. I didn't have a chance to review it. It wasn't brought to my attention.
I sent an email to the board yesterday, and I apologize if that was, late and coming in, but
Okay.
okay. For number 8 on today's list.
No, I just wanted to make sure that Mr. McSherry was clear on our language and that we
Yes.
properly dispose of it.
Yes, I no issue with that. No.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Johnson?
For number 8, it's
Okay.
HA-2022.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair, I'm sorry, Mr. Johnson. What did we say we're going to do with number 2?
Number 2 is for the record, is outside of the purview of this board's authority, and we're referring it over to the Board of Building Standards.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Johnson, number 8.
Number 8 is 7078 Lincoln Drive, 7078 Partners LP. That should be marked as moot comply.
You complied? Thank you very much.
And lastly, with regard to the appeal number 15 on today's list, HA 2022-00 1896
Yes.
regarding 7327 Keystone Street, Galdor Incorporated,
Yes.
also represented by Mr. Miller. The city's necessary witness, the original inspector, was not available this week for the hearings. No, he's on an extended leave, and we had requested that that be continued.
Okay, before we do that, Mr. Johnson, that it just brings some level of concern to the board, given that this is a certificate of occupancy, which I'm sure has an impact on the appellant. What's the extended leave, and do we have a term, end date to this?
I was told he should be back in about 3 weeks, I believe.
Okay, now we'd like to speed that up. Is there any way that anyone else could take over the record and testify for you?
I believe the department could arrange for that, yes.
Yeah, let's do that. Something like that, an extended leave for an employee who may, for reasons that he or her cannot control himself, may not be available in a good time, which really delays the project like a CO. Unless, Mr. Miller, you have any comment on that?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I try to accord opposing counsel every courtesy, and Mr. Johnson reached out to me and told me of his witnesses' unavailability. So we agreed to a 60-day continuance.
Okay.
I believe that, and I'm hopeful that it'll be moot complied before that time. And I have reason to believe that that will be the case, but
okay.
But I think 60 days, and if within that time, Mr. Johnson's witness should be available, or I'm sure Mr. Johnson can secure an alternate witness.
Okay. Okay. Given that, HA-2022-001-896 7327 Keystone Street, Galdor Inc. A 60-day continuance.
Mr. Chair, I can give this a 4/25 date right now on the
That'd
record.
be fine.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank
All right, thank you. Anything else, Mr. Johnson?
No,
Okay. Anyone else have anything for the board before we begin? Okay. The board itself does have a few matters that we need to raise with both the appellant and the city. Number 7, HA-2022-001-102, 750 Landis Street, Manchone. Who's representing the city in this matter?
it's Christopher Johnson for the city of Philadelphia.
Okay, Mr. Johnson, who is the appellant present?
I did not see anyone as Man Chung on the call, but the city is prepared to go forward on that appeal.
Okay, our concern here is that it's a 2-month late in terms of our review of the record. So there's a timeliness issue.
Well, if the board has indicated that the appeal was untimely, we would like to raise that issue as well. I know that the violations that are the subject of the appeal are still existing at the premises. So we were going to present testimony that would show that the violations continue, that there's a basement apartment that's occupied without proper zoning at that
Okay.
Location.
Well,
So
let's do this then, because given the timeliness of it, I have concern as to whether we should have wasted the board's time or your time to try to hear a case that wasn't timely appealed, and you can proceed with prosecution if you choose.
it would be properly dismissed as untimely.
Yes. Okay, so what we will do, we will call it in its order, and I just wanted to put that on the record that we have a timeliness concern. Okay.
Thank you.
The second matter is number 22, HA-2022-001-321, 5607 Winfield Avenue, Susan Kazar. That one is also a timeliness matter. Who's representing that one?
Michelle Reinhardt for City of Philadelphia.
Okay, Ms. Reinhardt, good afternoon. And Ms. Kazar, I think, is muted. Ma'am, you're muted just for a moment. If you can unmute yourself.
You did.
Or Mr. Wade, if you could do it for her. Okay.
I'm muted. Okay.
And your name, ma'am?
Sausan Kassar.
Okay, is it, Sausan Kassar?
Yes.
Would you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you give today be the truth so help you God?
Yes.
Okay, ma'am, the problem we have is that this was filed a month late. Any defense as to why that was done that so late?
Filed a month late.
Yes.
Well, I didn't know the procedure, so someone told me.
Did you read
That
the
I
information that
filed-
you had in front of you? Did you read the violation notice?
Yeah, I was out of the country at that time, so I got it later. So that's why I even filed when I was overseas.
Okay, the
that's why-
problem. Okay, the issue here is that, is this your residence, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay, Ms. Reinhardt, you have any comment to make?
I would just like to note the specifics of the dates. So the appeal deadline, as noted on the initial notice of violation, was January 16th, 2022, and this appeal was not filed until March 9th, 2022. So we're talking about several weeks here, which is significant.
Ms. Kassar, how long, when were you out of the country?
I was out of the country for about 6 months. So that's what I'm saying. I even filed the appeal when I was out of the country. Like I actually called in the appeals office and the lady took my information because I didn't, like I got everything late. So that's why.
Okay, all right, and within the board's discretion, we'll hear this. Okay, thank you.
Okay, I would just like to make a standing objection because this
Yes.
should be a jurisdictional matter, as there's no jurisdiction once an appeal is filed after
So
the
noted.
requirements.
Thank you. Okay. Alrighty, I think that's it in terms of preliminary matters.
Chairman, if I may,
Yes.
this is Michael Rulo on behalf of the
Yes.
city of Philadelphia. I
Yes, sir.
do have one preliminary matter that I wanted to bring to the board's attention, which concerns number 11 on the list, which is
Yes.
257 South 16th Street. The appellant is Pioneer Construction and Development Corporation, and they do have counsel, Mr. Kevin Cornish, who I believe is present.
Okay, yes, Mr. Cornish, you present? Yes. Okay,
Yes, board members. So there's two preliminary issues here that I wanted to bring to the board's attention. The first is that in the city's view, the board does not have jurisdiction to hear what's requested in the appeal documents. And then the second is that if the board were to proceed with this matter, the city does not have a witness available to proceed in this matter on behalf of the department. If the board would like, I can spell out the reason for that first jurisdictional issue that we would like.
yes, if you would, please.
Yes. So if the board directs itself to the actual appeal documents, the only reason listed for the appeal is that Pioneer was incorrectly charged permit fees for a permit that it has. As the board is well aware, the board's jurisdiction is to handle when there is a person who's aggrieved by the issuance, transfer, renewal, refusal, suspension, et cetera, of a license or another order issued by the department. In this instance, there is no violation case. It appears that this is a request to be reimbursed in some capacity for fees associated with a permit. That is not something that the board has the power to order. That would appear to be something that would be properly brought before the tax review board. So in this instance, even if the board was to hear this matter, it lacks the jurisdiction to provide the relief that's requested by the appellant. And then the second component of the issue here is that the appeal documents really did not provide the city with, in our view, sufficient notice to have an understanding of what the claim was, which is the reason why up until really Friday or Monday, I did not have an opportunity to even understand what witness would be required to appear on behalf of the department so they could provide competent testimony about the issue. So for both of those reasons, we think that the appeal should be dismissed. And if the board were to proceed, we would require that continuance.
Mr. Cornish, is this a math problem, meaning that you feel that the permit fees were incorrectly calculated?
No, what this has to do with, and I believe the board does have jurisdiction because the governing statute says that the board has jurisdiction over the issuance of permits. What happened in this case is there was a permit that was in place. It was a valid existing permit. My client ended up with a violation notice that said it didn't have permits for the work. As a result, my client had to go and purchase a new permit for $66,000 when it had a permit in place and it never should have been required to go obtain a new permit anyway.
So my question to you is, why did they do that? If they had a permit, just bring the permit down, show it to them.
They tried to do that, and my client will certainly testify as to his efforts to that, and it was denied, and they needed to continue with the work. So in an effort to be able to proceed, they had to they had to apply the new permit and pay the significant additional fees that were associated with that.
Was there any argument as to whether the previous permit had expired or anything like that?
It had not expired. That is the issue.
Okay.
They were issued a violation notice for not having permits when they had a permit that was not yet expired.
Okay.
Well, board members, if I-
Mr. Rulo, just one matter. Mr. Rulo, was there a violation issued? And the issue is, Mr. Cornish, whether or not your client appealed the violation notice.
That's, I think, the one issue is this would not appeal of the underlying notice of violation. That wasn't included or identified, and it's not even on the list. It's just a blank space for the violation notice. But the second thing is, it does not appear that the relief that is requested is to force the issuance of a permit or revoke a permit. It's to get some sort of a reimbursement for fees that the appellant believes they were improperly charged. And that's not relief that's within the authority of the board to issue. If this was a request to issue a permit or revoke a permit or dispute the underlying notice of violation that's now been mentioned, then perhaps that would be the something properly before the board. But the precise relief requested and issue presented to the board is simply not something within the authority of the board to even provide this relief to the appellant.
Okay, let's do this. What we're going to do, the board will go into executive session for 2 or 3 minutes, and we'll be back to you with an answer. Okay. All right. We're going to go into breakout room. Please, the board. After having heard the arguments and considerable consideration and executive session, this is where we are today, gentlemen. Given the level of relief that's being requested and the nature of the project that was described both by Mr. Rulo and by Mr. Cornish, we determined that this is we have to dismiss this for lack of jurisdiction. The level of relief you're seeking is beyond the jurisdiction of the Illinois Board of Review. And so for that matter, we encourage you to refile with the appropriate agency. It is not a decision that the Illinois Board of Review can make. Thank you very much. And good luck on your project. Okay, is there anything else from anyone? Everyone's muted. Could you unmute the board itself, please? Okay. Mr. Wade, you're muted as well. I'm the only one unmuted at the moment.
Yes, sir.
Okay, alrighty. Is there anyone else from law department who has an issue before the board before we begin calling cases? Okay, thank you very much. Okay. Mr. Wade, let's go down to the first case then.
Okay, can you just give me 1 second? I believe we were gonna call the list with inspectors on it, with
Yes.
inspector witnesses first.
Yes, if we have that organized that way, that would be fine.
Just give me 1 second.
Mr. Wade, why are you doing that? Ms. Kassan, I think, attempted to ask a question while we were going into the executive session. Would you unmute her for a minute while you're checking it? Ms. Kassar? Unmute yourself, please. You had a question of the board while we were exiting?
Yes, I wanted to know if my case was thrown out or not. I wasn't sure, like. after
No,
what-
it was not thrown out. We've agreed to hear your case.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thank
So
you.
sit tight. We'll call you later when we're ready.
All right, thank you.
Okay, so that should bring us to case number 7. I'm not
Number
seeing
7.
a witness at this time for cases 1 and 3, but we can start with case 7. Hearing appeal number HA 2022-001102, 750 Landis Man Chung.
Okay, Mr. Johnson, I think that's your case. He's muted. You've muted, Mr. Johnson? You're still muted, Mr. Johnson. Mr. Wade, can you unmute him?
Yes, this is an appeal where the appeal was filed on March 9th, 2022. The violation notice was dated December 2nd of 2021. So that is roughly 3 months later. And the board does not have jurisdiction due to the untimeliness of the appeal. The city is going to request that the appeal be dismissed.
Okay, is Mr. Manchung present? Do you see anyone with that name, Mr. Wade, in the waiting room?
No, I do not.
Okay.
Everyone is
give-
identified. And
Okay, given
let me
the
confirm
argument,
service.
okay, thank you. Given the argument of the board of the city by Mr. Johnson and our review of the record, it's apparent that the board does not have the authority to hear this case because of timeliness, and therefore it's being dismissed. Please excuse my inartful way of saying it, but it's outside of the purview of the board at this point. So that matter's dismissed.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, would you repeat the case number and the name, please?
Sure, the case number is HA-2022-001102. That's number 7, 750 Landis Street. Man Chung is the appellant. And the decision is that it's being dismissed for timeliness.
And for the record, can the witness Nathaniel Williams, the L&I inspector, be dismissed from testifying in this case?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, Chair, case 4 does have a witness and they are present.
Okay.
Case number 4, hearing appeal number HA 2022-001881, 942 South 49th Street. Ali Fitwi.
Okay, who's representing the city? Ms. Reinhardt, you're muted.
She can't unmute herself.
She should be able to.
Okay, now I'm unmuted. Thank you. I don't know what that issue was that came up. Before jumping into this, I would also like to note that it appears that one of the owners for a case that was moot complied was still hanging on. It was actually, she seems to have just dropped off. I apologize. Michelle Reinhardt for City of Philadelphia for number 4. I'm not sure if the owner is here.
Okay, Ali Fitwi. Ali Fitwi. A-L-I Fitwi. F-I-T-W-I. Is that person present? Is anyone present representing the interests of 942 South 49th Street?
Yes, Your Honor, I'm here.
Sir, what is your name?
My name is Ali Fitwi.
Okay, Mr. Fitwi, we need to see your image, please.
Sure. I don't know, for some reason, I cannot go nowhere to my images.
It should be something that says start video on your computer there.
Yeah, that's what I'm pressing, but it doesn't open it for me. I'm seeing everyone, but I cannot see myself. Why?
And we can't see you, so we need to be able to do that, see you, so we can hear you. Case.
Okay.
Is it possible that your camera is covered?
No, it's not covered actually, because I'm pressing the button with the video.
Okay, let's do this. Ms. Reinhardt, what I'd like to do is to give Mr. Pitwee a moment to try to figure this out. Let us move on to another matter and come back. So we could do that. We'll do that quickly, come back to you, okay?
Thank you.
Chair, if I
Okay,
may.
Mr. Pitwee, we're gonna give you
Yes.
an opportunity to try to figure that out, but in the meantime, we're gonna hear a different case while you try to get your image up, okay?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Now, Mr. Wade,
Excuse me,
what else
Mr.
can we move
Chair.
to? Yes,
Mr. Chair, number 25, I have a note there that it was late, but I also have another little note there. I'm not quite sure what I wrote. Was that something that we were looking at, whether it was for its commercial property or not?
Number
25 was
25
continued.
is continued.
Continued.
Oh, it
Yeah.
is continued, so that's what
Yes.
this is for. Thank you.
yeah.
The
Mr.
witness
Wade,
is
do we
now,
have anything else we can go to?
the witness is now here for case number 1, hearing appeal number HA 2022-001820. Martha Udo Inyang, 2229 South Felton Street.
Okay, who's representing the city? We have this mute problem again. Ms. Clark, I think, is trying to speak.
Nikia Clark on behalf of the city of Philadelphia.
Okay, thank you. Who is Martha Udo Inyang? Is anyone here representing that matter? Okay, for 2229 South Felton Street. Anyone here representing the interests of 2229 South Felton Street? Okay, Mr. Wade, do you see anyone on the panel today?
No, I do not, and service was
Okay,
service was made.
okay, Ms. Clark, what is your preference?
The city will request a city affirm for failure to appear.
Okay, all righty. And what time do we have on this matter? What time do we have? Mr.
Well,
Pete?
we have 2:31 PM, Mr. Chairman.
2:31 PM. All righty. Well, we're gonna poll the board regarding HA-2022-001820-222 South Felton Street, Martha Udo Inyang. And that's UDO-INYANG. City affirmed non-appearance.
City affirm, non-appearance.
City affirm non-appearance.
Okay,
Mr. Tennant, you're muted.
Can't unmute itself.
okay, go ahead and vote, Mr. Washington. Mr. Wade, see if
City
you'd help
affirm
me out.
non-appearance.
Ms. Penn is muted as well.
City affirm non-appearance, Mr. Tennant's vote.
Thank you.
City affirm non-appearance.
Thank you. We're having some technology challenges today, folks, so we're gonna work on that. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I
Okay.
voted, right?
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay.
I believe, well, Mr. Pettit, I believe you did. Okay,
Also, members of the board, if I may,
Hold on,
you just
please.
mentioned number 25 and you said it was continued. I just wanted to clarify that because I don't have that on my end.
25,
35 or 25?
25,
Okay, is that 1923 Brunner Street?
yes.
I'm sorry.
Okay,
Yeah,
I just
so
wasn't
I'm
aware.
on my computer trying to work a little bit. Yeah, so I will send it to you. as
wait a
soon
minute,
as I
somebody
receive
should be
it. I'll
muted.
forward that email to you.
I think
Is your
Ms.
car-
Ms.
is your
Penn,
car okay?
I got it.
thank you. All right, okay. Now, Ms. Clark, I apologize for the interruption. Were we able to answer your question to your satisfaction? And you're muted at the moment. You muted.
He's not able to unmute.
Yes, so I just wasn't aware that 25 was continued, but now I have that on my end. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Mr. Wade, can we go back to that previous matter?
Case number 4, hearing appeal number HA 2022-001881-942 South 49th Street, Ali Fitwee.
Okay, and you need to unmute both Ms. Reinhardt and Mr. Fitby. Okay. It appears to be a delayed response of some sort. Okay,
Okay.
Ms. Reinhardt, we finally have you. Okay, let's wait for Mr. Fitby, please.
May I just briefly put on the record that it appears that the owner for number 26, which was read in as moot complied, is still here. I just want to make sure that she is aware.
Okay, we can do that after we finish this. We have too many voices. We get a bit confusing. We'll do that as soon as we finish this. Any luck in getting Mr. Fitby unmuted?
I've requested. He's coming in on a different device.
Okay.
I don't see him on my screen.
Yeah,
He just came in
coming.
under a different device.
Okay,
There he is. He's muted.
okay, Mr. Fitby.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Would you raise your right hand so that you may be sworn?
I
You
do,
swear
Honor.
affirm the testimony you give today be the truth so help you God.
I do, Honor.
Okay, you can place your hand down before we proceed. Sir, are you in a vehicle and is that vehicle moving?
No, I'm stopped already.
Okay, please be in a safe place. We cannot hear cases if any of the participants are in a moving vehicle. Thank you very
Okay,
much. And if you could adjust your camera up a little bit so it's more focused on your face and not your torso.
How about now?
Down, perfect, right there is good. Okay, so let's get started. Ms. Reinhardt.
Thank you. I would like to call Inspector Brian Conaway.
Okay, there we are.
There we go.
Okay, Mr. Conaway, you should raise your right hand so that you may be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you give be the truth to help you God?
I do.
All right, thank you. You can place your hand down. Okay, Ms. Reinhardt.
Thank you. Inspector, can you please introduce yourself?
Inspector Brian Conaway, Philadelphia License Inspection, Code Enforcement,
How long have you worked for code enforcement?
6.5 years.
And what do you do in that capacity?
I'm responsible for all existing buildings, fire, property maintenance, zoning, all violations.
Are you familiar with the property 942 South 49th Street?
I am.
Okay, and have you reviewed all of the department's records regarding this property?
I have.
Okay. Chairman, if I may share my screen?
Yes, please.
I am now showing you what has been marked, previously marked City Exhibit 1. Are you able to see this on your screen, Inspector?
Okay.
This is the notice of violation and order to correct dated March 27th, 2022. Can you tell us what this violation notice is for?
The notice of violation notice is to alert the owner that said property is in violation, need to be corrected.
And let me know if I need to zoom in more, but can you
Please do.
tell us? Okay.
Oh, that's good. Thank you.
Okay. Can you tell us what the violations are?
Okay, the first one is for the fire alarm needs to be a certification. Needs to be uploaded to the Eclipse portal. And along with the fire alarm manual pull station signs need to be posted as well.
And then I believe there was also a violation at the bottom regarding a rental permit.
Correct. He needs to obtain rental licenses for 5 units.
Okay. And on page 2, let me know if I should read them to you and you can confirm what the violations are. But are you able to see what is on my screen now?
Okay.
What were the additional violations?
There was a radiator in apartment 3F that wasn't working. No heat was coming to the radiator. The kitchen closet door was off the hanger, and there were signs of water damage in apartment 3F on the walls and near the ceiling window.
Okay. Moving down to Exhibit 2, this is a final notice of violation dated June 9th, 2022. And at that time, can you confirm that the same violations were found at that time?
Can you zoom in a little bit, please?
Yes.
Thank you. Oh, fire alarm, yes. Violations, yes. All violations still exist, yes.
Moving down to City Exhibit 3. This is a collection of photographs. Can you confirm that these were taken at the by the inspector at the initial inspection?
Yes, those photos were taken by Inspector Davis on March 26, 2022.
Okay, and I am briefly just going to go through these unless the board has any specific questions about them.
Excuse me, I have a question.
Yes.
What is this picture showing me?
Okay, Inspector, would you like to take us through what we're looking at in the first photograph?
It was like the picture of the radiator in the 3rd floor apartment bathroom that wasn't working.
Okay.
That was the violation was written on.
Moving on to the second photograph.
This looks like the kitchen and the radiator in the kitchen of the 3rd floor apartment.
The third photograph.
Picture of the closet door that was off the hinges.
The fourth photograph.
Picture of an outdated fire extinguisher.
The fifth photograph.
Same thing, outdated fire extinguisher.
The sixth photograph.
Picture of the pull station without the in case of emergency signage posted, and a picture of the fire alarm annunciator that we needed a certification for.
Have you personally been to this property?
I have.
When was this?
I was there on February 24th, 2023.
Can you give us an update on the status of the violations?
Yes, at the time of my inspection, all violations have been complied with the exception of obtaining the rental licenses for 5 units.
Thank you. I have no further questions for the inspector.
Okay, Mr. Weefy, do you have any cross-examination for Mr. Conway based on his testimony? Okay, do we have another problem? Mr. Ali Weefy, do you have Fitwe? My apologies, I've mispronounced your last name. Mr. Fitwe, do you have any questions for the inspector based on his testimony?
No, Your Honor, all now it's all corrected. I have no further questions. No
Okay,
problem for
thank
that pronunciation. My name's.
Okay, my apologies. Ms. Reinhardt,
That's okay.
anything else?
I don't have any further witnesses, but I may request to recall the inspector depending on what
Okay.
further testimony there is.
Okay, all right. Mr. Fitwe, tell us your understanding of where things are today.
Everything's perfect, as the inspector says. I corrected all those items. I'm so sorry it took me a while because I had a losses family. I could not recognize myself from that deficit losses, and that's all about it. But I don't have any further question
Okay.
or to ask anyone else.
Have you submitted the application for a rental license?
I'm gonna do it next day or two because I'm a little bit busy, but I'm willing to do it next, just maximum couple days.
Have you had a rental license before for that complex?
Yes, Your Honor.
And when did it expire?
It's been expired, been a while. I had a back and forth an issue with the family. That's why I didn't renew it. I was saying next month. The days been going so fast.
So,
And
well, I need a year and a date when it expired.
I believe it expired 2012.
Of
if I
what
may.
year?
It's 11 years ago, Mr. Chairman.
Old license expired 11 years ago. Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. That's a lot of problems to have to sort of disregard an 11-year-old license. Okay. But, all right. Any other questions of anyone?
Question.
Yes.
Mr. Conaway, is it zoned? Does zoning permit 5 units? It's not an issue of needing to go back and get a zoning approval, is it?
Just a moment, Mr. Conway, you're muted.
Inspector Conway, you're muted.
He may not be able to unmute.
Unmute, unable to unmute. Oh, there we are. Yes, the zoning is correct.
So he just hasn't applied for his rental license in the last 10, or reapplied or resubmitted in 11 years?
Yes, his rental license expired February 29th of 2012.
Okay.
Mr. Conway, that rental license from 2012, does it have the same, or does the property have the same amount of units that he originally applied for that license in 2012? Or it expired? It does?
It does.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Fitway, you have a question, you have your hand up.
Yes, Your Honor. I did want to renew my license. I believe it was last year. They told me at the LNI, I have to come out with the lead inspection. That's why I didn't do it last year. And after that, my daughter lost. I was in a little trouble, like I said at the beginning. Otherwise, my license would be renewed in the next few days. Other than that, I don't have anything else. That's why I'm trying to add it. And thank you so much.
Okay, you need to deal with that right away, though. Any other questions?
Well, am I correct? He wouldn't have been able to renew his license so long as there were violations outstanding?
That's right.
That was
That's
Mr.
correct.
Conaway. Is that a question?
That is,
That's right.
that is correct. That's the way that it should work, yes.
Okay, thank you. All righty.
And I have
Ms.
a quick
Ryan?
question,
Yes,
Mr. Chairman, just a
please.
question of Mr. Conaway. Mr. Conaway, do you know if the lead inspection was conducted?
So the lead inspection is the responsibility of the owner. License and inspection doesn't conduct lead inspections.
No, I know, but I'm asking you if you know whether or not
Oh.
the owner has had it done.
No, I wouldn't know that. That would be
Okay.
with license issuance. They would have better knowledge of that than me.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay.
Can I add it into it, if you don't mind, Your Honors?
Have you done it? Do you know?
I haven't. Next week is coming up the lead inspection. That's why I'm waiting for to renew them for my application for license.
Okay.
That's what I'm waiting for. As soon as I'm done with that, the inspectors, that lead inspection, then I'm gonna get my licenses.
Well,
I don't want to go.
You haven't done the lead inspection yet. You don't know whether you have an issue, or do you?
That for sure, Your Honor, I don't have, because they don't come to inspectors yet, because I was waiting for this to be done for that violation I have with that apartment.
Okay, so that's still an open issue in terms of the lead inspection.
Mr. Chair, if
Yes,
I
sir.
may, the lead inspection and the renewal of the license, they go hand in hand. You can't renew your license without having the lead inspection certification either with you or downloaded into the system. If it's downloaded into the system by the licensed lead inspector, the department will see it and note it at the time of your renewal of license. If they don't see it in the system, then they will not renew your license. So
Okay.
they go together.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions from anyone?
I have no
Okay.
questions, but would like to make final comments.
Yes, please.
I would just like to note that Mr. Fitwe was aware that the rental license was an issue last year, and while it's true that he would not be able to obtain a renewed license while there were outstanding violations, he also would have had the opportunity to contact an inspector prior to this hearing in order to have those violations complied, and had the opportunity to obtain the lead inspection before this as well. So I just wanted to note that adequate time has passed in order to correct this violation as well.
Thank you very much. Okay, we will now poll the board on HA-2022-001-881-942 South 49th Street, Ali Fitwe, City affirmed.
City affirmed.
City affirmed.
City affirmed.
City affirmed.
City affirmed.
Thank you. Mr. Fitwe, the city's position prevails. You've lost your appeal. You may appeal our decision if you choose. And if you need information as to how to do that, check in with the office and they can give you information. Mr. Fitwe is muted at the moment. Mr. Wade, if you could take care of that so he can, in case he has a response or something you'd like to say. Did you hear everything I said, Mr. Fitwe?
I believe I heard you.
Okay, thank you very much.
I hear you, but can I ask a question, Your Honors, please?
Yes, you can ask a quick question, but we've got to move on.
Sure. That appeal, I lost it for everything or just for the licenses?
For whatever existing violations that are open, you lost the appeal and you wrote the appeal. Whatever you appealed on, the city has prevailed. It's based on what you appealed. Okay?
All right. Okay, I'm gonna appeal, so I'm gonna send some infos if you don't mind.
Okay, you can appeal to common police court, but I'm saying, and if you need information as to how to do that, check with the office. They can give you information.
Which
Okay?
office should I go to? LNI?
License and inspections, the phone number that's on your appeal information that you submitted previously.
And I believe the notification letter that is sent to him will give him instructions on how to appeal.
Okay. Mr. Fitwe, I don't know if you heard that, but the letter you will get from us with today's decision will include information as to how to appeal the decision, okay?
Thank you, Honor.
Okay, have a good day.
Mr. Chairman, if I may just note that the owner for number 26,
Okay.
that case was marked moot complied, but it appears that the owner is still on, and I want to make sure that they are aware that their case was administratively addressed in the beginning. This is Delane Andrews.
Okay, Delane Andrews, 7828 Shellman Avenue. Are you present?
Yes, I'm aware. I'm just, these are public hearings, so I'm just listening to the public hearings.
Oh, sure, that's your right. So continue to listen and hope you enjoy it. That's
Thank you.
We just didn't want you to hang around if you didn't want to.
No, I'm just, like I said, I'd like to know how the board rules, what the regulations that you look at. It's just a learning process for me.
All right, well, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
You're welcome. Okay. All right, Mr. Wade, what do we have next? Mr. Wade, you're muted and you're off camera.
And may be away from his desk.
Well, we're in hearing, so can't imagine that's the case. Okay, Mr. Wade, so let's do this. We're going to take a 5-minute, this is 2:53. It will be at 3 o'clock. We will reconvene. We'll go off the record until 3 o'clock. Mr. Wade, what case do we have now before us?
Case number 17. Hearing appeal number HA 2022-001-727, 3026 Tremont Street.
Okay, and
Mariola Flipcheck.
Mariola Filipczak, I'm here.
Okay, who's representing the city?
Good afternoon, Michelle Reinhardt for City of Philadelphia.
Good afternoon, Ms. Reinhardt. Ms. Flipcheck, would you raise your right hand so that you may be sworn? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give today be the truth so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Before we proceed, Ms. Flipjack, are you the owner of this property on Tremont Street?
Yes, sir.
Is there anyone else on the deed with you?
No.
Just yourself?
It was my under name of my husband back in 18, and property became mine. And I
Okay.
think this is why all this misunderstanding.
Okay, your husband passed away in 2018?
Yeah, in March.
Okay. But both your names are on the deed, correct?
No, he was using name Mohamed Dore Elahuani. My name is Mariola Filipchak.
Okay,
40
that's
years
where
we
the,
are
that's
using
part of
this.
the problem. Okay.
Yeah.
Ms. Reinhardt, were you aware of this issue?
Yes.
Um,
Sorry.
My understanding is that we have the owner here today.
Okay, but her name is not on the deed.
There is on deed. Everything has been
No,
changed.
no, Ms. Flipper, I'm talking to Ms. Reinhardt at the moment.
Sorry.
So it has been candidly a couple days since I looked at this. I believe that we have a deed, but I can go back in order to confirm for the board.
Yes, please confirm. I mean, the issue is that it's very likely that everything is above board, but if in fact her name is not on the deed, she can't represent the property unless there is some other kind of legal document transferring ownership to her.
I will look into the deed in order to clarify at least the city's position on standing
Okay.
here.
Okay, thank you. Now, what we will do is that, Mr. Wade, I want to go to the next matter and give Ms. Reinhardt an opportunity to check the record. Okay?
Okay.
Ms. Flipchat, we're going to check the record and we're going to hear another case and come back to you, okay?
Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you. So let's call another matter.
Case number 22, hearing appeal number HA 2022-001321, Susan Kassar, 5607 Winfield Avenue.
Okay. who's
Michelle
representing the city?
Reinhardt for City of Philadelphia.
Oh, that's a problem.
Case
Ms.
number-
Reinhardt, are you on all these remaining open cases or just this one?
So I'm on this one and then number 34.
Okay, Mr. Wade,
Case number 24. Case
Okay.
number 24, hearing appeal number HA 2022-001567, 1727 Master Street, Wilbert
Okay.
Burton.
okay, Ms. Reinhardt, we're gonna go to that next case and I'll give you time to do the research you need to do.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Ms. Kassan, we will come back to you. Okay, Mr. Burton, and who's representing this matter on Master Street?
Good afternoon, board members. This is Michael Rullo, RULLO, on behalf of the city of Philadelphia.
Okay, good afternoon, Mr. Rulo. Who's representing 1727 Master Street?
I thought I was trying to check and he said, oh no.
Okay, who's representing Master Street? Okay, Mr. Rulo, no one's responding.
Hearing nothing, the city would
me check
request that
service.
this, oh, excuse me.
Mr. Wade, you were saying something? We didn't, Mr. Rulo was speaking at the time.
Let me check service.
Okay,
Excuse me, Mr. Chair,
yes, sir.
there's someone waving at you. And I'd like to say Antoinette Mason Ross.
Okay, I don't
See,
see,
he's
it.
trying to talk, he's trying to speak to you.
Okay, I don't see the hand up, but okay, Antoinette Mason, okay, I see the name. Mr. Wade, if you could unmute that person, please, while you're checking on service. Antoinette Mason Ross, if you have a question, can you unmute yourself?
Wilbur Burton.
Okay, wait a minute. I'm getting some background noise from someone. Sir, what is your name and what case are you here for?
Wilbur Burton,
For what case?
1727 Master Street.
Okay, Mr. Burton. Okay, good. Thank you. We're ready to go on that matter?
The city is ready to proceed with that matter.
Okay, Mr. Burton, are you the only person's name on the deed?
Yes, sir.
Okay, raise your right hand so that you may be sworn, please. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear affirm the testimony you give today be true so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I would ask you though, Mr. Burton, if there are other people in the background, we'd ask them not to speak. Even if they're whispering, we can hear them and it causes a distraction. And so
Understood.
they need to leave the room if they need to talk to someone. They can't talk to you while you're in court. Okay,
Yes, sir.
thank you. Mr. Rulo.
Good afternoon again, board members. So just as a preview, this matter concerns a property that was cited for, among other things, lack of zoning for a use that the department alleges constitutes a rooming house. And we are going to be requesting a city affirm in this matter. At this
Okay.
time, the city would like to call Inspector Francine Griffin.
Okay, Inspector Griffin, would you unmute and raise your right hand after you've done it? Raise your right hand, ma'am. Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you give today be the truth so help you God?
I do.
All right, thank you. Mr. Rulo?
Thank you. Good afternoon, Inspector Griffin. Could you please explain your position with the Department of Licenses and Inspections?
I'm a code enforcement officer for the Department of Licenses and Inspections.
And how long have you served in that role?
I believe it's since 2009.
Thank you. With the board's permission, I'd like to display a document on the screen.
Yes, please.
Inspector Griffin, can you see what has been marked preliminarily as City Exhibit A?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to zoom in on this so that we can see things a little bit clearly, a little bit more clearly, excuse me. All right, I've now scrolled down to the first page of this document. Can you see this clearly and read the words on it?
Yes.
Board members, just to confirm, are you able to see that clearly as well?
If you could magnify it just a bit, would it be helpful? Yes, that's perfect.
Okay, Inspector Griffin, what is this document?
That is the notice of violation that was sent to the owner.
And what property does this violation concern?
1727 Master Street.
And what is the date of this notice?
March 8th, 2022. Well, the notice is March 9th, 2022. I'm sorry.
Thank you. Are you familiar with this property?
Yes.
And in 2022, did you inspect the property?
Yes.
I'm going to scroll down here. Can you please walk us through what the violations were that you identified at this property in 2022?
At the time of the inspection, the property was zoned as a 4-family property, but it was being used as a rooming house.
Okay, and if I'm reading this correctly on the front here, is saying that it was being used as a rooming house with 2 rooms on the first floor, 3 rooms on the second floor, and 3 rooms on the third floor. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
And then moving down here, there were some additional violations. Could you walk us through those?
Yes, the second one is to obtain a certificate of occupancy for the use. And the third one was to obtain and have a licensed contractor upload the current fire alarm certification.
And then moving down here.
That one, the fourth one is for expired fire extinguishers. They need to be serviced and tagged. And then the mechanical violation, that one was for one of the rooms. For the stove, the second floor kitchen. And then the toilet, second floor bathroom. And then also the last one is to obtain or renew the rental license.
Okay, thank you. And I am going to move down to what has been preliminarily marked City Exhibit B. Actually, before I move to that, are you aware whether or not the property has obtained zoning to legalize the use as a rooming house?
The owner did apply for a permit, a zoning permit back on March 15th of 2022. And on the permit, he's requesting for 6 rooms, 6 boarding rooms, 3 on the second floor and 3 on the third. And then for the first floor, 2 apartments. So he did apply for the zoning.
As of now, though, he does not have zoning for this, right?
No, it has not been issued.
And because of that, he did not have this certificate of occupancy for the property either, correct?
That is correct.
So back to moving down here to city, what's been preliminarily marked as City Exhibit B. Can you see this photo clearly on the screen?
Yes,
And is this the subject property?
yes.
And then moving down, we're going to walk through some of the photos that are just evidencing the different doors at this property. So is this one of the bedrooms that's located on the first floor, I believe, correct?
Yes,
And then we have another bedroom that's moving up to the second or third floor, correct?
yes.
And then which floor is this bedroom on now?
That,
If you can recall.
like, one of the rooms on the second floor.
Thank you. And then what about this room?
That room is room number 3 on the second floor.
And then we have another, I believe, is it 2 rooms here?
I believe that is on the second floor, and you walk through the kitchen, and that is a room in the rear off the kitchen on the second floor, I believe.
And that is a communal kitchen for this floor, correct?
Yes.
And then we have this image here. Can you explain what's displayed on the screen here? I can zoom in if you need to read that a little bit closer.
Basically, it's a sign stating that it's a community bathroom and to remove all personal items from the bathroom after use.
Okay. And then now we're going down here, and this is the inoperative toilet, correct?
Yes.
And can you describe, it looks like there's a stair set next to this toilet.
I don't know what that is. It's a stairway to nowhere.
Okay. And is there anything else that you would be helpful to the board in reaching its determination this time?
I mean, basically the violations remain because an inspection was not conducted. I did speak to the owner. I believe it was Friday, and I was not here on Monday. And he said that he wouldn't be available for this morning because he had dialysis. So basically the violations still remain because nothing is in compliance.
And just to clarify again, even though that inspection has not occurred, it's undisputed at this point, essentially, that there is not active zoning to legalize it as a rooming house at this time.
That is correct.
And that's the same reason why there cannot be a certificate of occupancy to comply that violation right now.
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to stop sharing my screen now. Board members, I would ask that the city exhibits A and B please be admitted into the record.
Admitted. Okay, Mr. Burton, do you have any questions of Ms. Griffin based on her testimony?
I think she misstated the floors.
No,
The
I'm
first-
asking you, no. Listen to me. I'm asking you if you have any questions for her based on her testimony. If you don't, you can tell us your understanding of everything later. But for the moment, do you have any questions of her?
Yes, did she go into the rooms down on the first floor?
Ms. Griffin?
I did not go into the rooms, but there were doors there with locks on them. So I'm assuming that they are bedrooms.
Okay, I can't give a statement now, just ask.
No,
more
not
questions.
until you finish the questions, then we'll get to you in a moment. Just, so that's the only
Okay.
question that you have?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Chief,
All right,
I have a question.
yes, sir.
And just real quick. This even go to Ms. Griffin. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Is the property occupied?
I'm not sure if the property is occupied because I have not been back to the property.
Well, I would like to throw that question to Mr. Burton. Mr. Burton, is the property occupied?
Yes, sir.
How many occupants are in the building? And where are they located?
One on the first floor front, the apartment. One on the second floor, the first floor rear, the apartment. One on the second floor front room. Nobody in the second floor middle, and one on the second floor rear. As far as the third floor, 2 in the third floor front, 1 third floor middle, and 2 third floor rear.
My next question is, have you complied with L&I in completing those discrepancies that you had in the property?
So I applied for, yes, I applied for the zoning.
There's someone in the background talking.
Sorry.
Burton, you have to be able to answer these questions yourself. This is your appeal, okay?
Yes, sir.
And other voices just creates distraction for us. Can you respond to Mr. Washington's question?
Yes, I fixed the stove, fixed the, well, excuse me, I brought a new stove, fixed the toilet. I had the fire alarms people come, Alert One, and they had me in compliance with the fire extinguishers and the alarm system. I
Is
just
there
got that
any reason
redone.
why Ms. Griffin haven't been able to come in there and do a reinspection?
Well, when I did the appeal, she said everything was on hold, it was on freeze.
Mr. Chairman, or maybe Mr. Wade, I believe Ms. Philip Zach, who was on the prior
I
case.
got it. Sorry. I muted her.
Thank you. Maybe that's not where the problem is.
Okay, Ms. Griffin, are you in a communal space? Are people in your background? It's just that there seemed to be some background noise, okay? All right, thank you. Mr. Washington, you have further questions, Mr. Washington?
No, I'm just curious how come Ms. Griffin haven't been back to reinspect the property?
Okay, is that to Mr. Burton or Mr.
Ms. Griffin, Ms.
Ms.
Griffin.
Griffin, can you unmute yourself, please?
If I may, I can ask the witness the questions concerning the status of the inspections.
Okay.
Okay.
Inspector Griffin, has anyone in the past 6 months reached out to you to schedule an inspection at the property?
No,
And has a rental license been obtained?
no,
And again, there's still no zoning, so we know that there is that violation is simply cannot have been complied at this point.
right, correct.
And you just heard testimony that there are, by my count, 6 different occupancies within the structure. So at this time, it still remains a rooming house that does not have the accordant zoning, correct?
Correct.
Okay, Mr. Washington, I think that partially answers your question, but I think you will more specifically want to know why has no one reached out to schedule an inspection? I believe that's what you're trying to determine. Mr. Burton, I think
Yes,
that's
sir.
on your side of the table. Why haven't you asked for a reinspection?
Because they told me everything was on hold until this hearing.
When
I
did
was
they tell you
also
that?
told that by Miss Griffin also.
When were you told that?
Miss Griffin, about 2-3 weeks ago.
Okay, all right. Thank
I have a
you.
question, Mr. Chair, for Mr.
Yes, sir.
Burton. Mr. Burton, I believe you testified that you have the fire alarm certification documents from getting your fire alarm that's in the property certified there by, I believe you said Alert One?
Yes, correct.
Okay, what was the date of that inspection and certification by Alert One?
I don't know the exact date, but it was in March of last year.
Okay.
Because I
have
gave
you-
all the paperwork to the lady that I asked for the appeal from.
Okay, so you never attempted to upload that or give that to the Department of License Inspection?
No, they sent it on Eclipse. That's what they told me.
I know.
I'm
And
not
did
even
you,
sure about Eclipse because I don't know how to use it.
so Alert One uploaded it into Eclipse is what you're saying?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, there should be record of that if they've done that.
Right, Ms. Griffin, that on your part, that's a go, that's a thumbs up. Thank you,
Yes.
Mr. Griffin, appreciate it.
Yes.
Okay, I think we should, Mr. Rulo, if you have any more further questions, I'd like to hear Mr. Burton.
Not for Inspector Griffin.
Okay, Mr. Burton, tell us your understanding of what's going on.
Well, when I got the zoning, when I got that from Ms. Griffin, I went down there and made sure everything was in compliance. When I filed the zoning, I thought that was it. Paid for it, filed the paperwork, never received anything from them except 2-3 weeks ago when I was calling around. They told me they denied my zoning, which I don't understand why.
Okay, but you don't understand why. Okay. So have you done all the other work needed physically in the building to bring it up into compliance?
That's correct.
Okay. I have a few other questions for you, sir. How long have you owned this building?
Approximately 12, maybe 13 years.
Okay. Is this the only building that you own in the city of Philadelphia?
That's the only multi-unit building, yes. The rest of them are single-family homes.
Okay. How many single family homes do you own?
1, 2, 4.
Okay. Plus 4 single family homes. Do you have rental licenses for all of those properties?
No,
Okay. Why not?
I had them at one time, but I had a cross up with L&I, and I never went back to renew them.
So my question remains as to why not?
Just didn't. No reason.
Do you understand without a rental license, you can't legally accept rent?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in terms of the property, the multifamily property that you own, do you understand that your current property is not zoned for boarding house?
Yes.
Why did you rent it?
attempted to
Listen,
do
listen
that.
to me. Let me ask the questions and you can answer them.
Okay.
Why are you renting it as a boarding house without it being licensed property and zoned property?
I assumed it was a multi-unit property, and that's what I did with the property.
But the issue is how it was zoned, which gives you the appropriate proper, well, let me strike that. Have you ever had a license for this building?
It was already licensed prior to me buying it.
So have you ever renewed your license during the 12 years you've owned it?
I renewed the, what do you mean renewed the license? I'm sorry.
You said you owned it for 12 years, correct?
Yes.
And have you ever obtained a license, rental license for that location?
Yes.
When?
I don't have the exact date. I'm sorry. I didn't have that
How long ago?
paperwork with
Give
me.
me, how many years ago was that?
About 3 or 4 years,
How was it occupied at the time?
the same way.
And you indicated that it was a boarding house and they gave you a license.
I didn't know that I had to indicate that. I assumed since it was 4 apartments, that it was just 4 apartments.
So you did not indicate on your license application that it was a boarding house.
That's correct.
Okay, so that's the problem, and that's a major infraction on your part. Okay, anyone else have any questions?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I have one more question for Mr. Burton.
Yes.
Mr. Burton, I think you alluded to the fact that you have an Eclipse account or you're familiar with it.
I don't know nothing about it.
Okay,
I'm
so when you
very
filed
illiterate with,
for your zoning back in March of 2022, you did it on paper and through the mail?
I came down to the MSB building and did it.
Right, so
On the
the
basement
response,
floor.
right, so your information you put on as return, redress, or response is your address at your home, correct?
That's correct.
You never received any response from them in the mail, you're saying?
No, I didn't. I just found out that they was doing emails and I didn't have my email at that time. They didn't respond to me, or they didn't respond to them denying my zoning.
Thank you.
Okay.
No more questions, Mr. Chair.
If I may ask a few questions.
Yes, please.
So you indicated that you've learned that you were denied the zoning for the rooming house, correct?
Just recently, yes.
And when you applied for the zoning, did you put your, just to clarify, you put your home address on that form?
Oh, gotcha.
I believe I did. I'm not sure.
And then you indicated that there was a email that was being sent. Did you put your email address on that form as well?
I didn't have an email at the time.
So when you were saying that there were emails being sent, what account were they being sent to by?
I'm not sure what you're saying because it doesn't sound kind of right, I guess.
Inspector Griffin, could you mute your microphone, please?
She's unmuted, yeah.
Thank you, Inspector Griffin.
Okay, Mr. Burton, are you,
Oh,
do you resign, did something else, Mr. Rulo, before? I
Yes,
finish?
just a few more questions, if I may.
Yes.
You indicated that you're unfamiliar with the Eclipse system,
That's correct.
that you indicated that you thought that you had a rental license 3 or 4 years ago.
I know I did because I placed it down there at the MSB building. This was before the COVID-19.
And with the current property, are you charging rent still there?
Yes, sir.
And you're collecting that rent?
Yes, sir.
How much rent are you collecting from each of those units?
Well, the rooms are different. The rooms are $550 a room. The apartments, one is 600, the other is 700.
But you indicated in response to Chairman Woodson's question that you understand that you're not allowed to collect rent without a rental license, correct?
Yes. But before this, I had a rental license.
Well, you said that you had a rental license, you thought 3 or 4 years ago.
That's correct.
No more questions, Chairman.
Okay, Mr. Burton, one thing I'd like to know, your
Excuse
home
me, Mr.
address.
Chair,
Yes, sir.
the Inspector Griffin's mic is open and she's getting a lot of background.
Okay, Ms.
chatter.
Griffin, yeah, Ms. Griffin, yeah, thank you. Mr. Burton, is your
Yes.
home address in the city of Philadelphia?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, all right, thank you. Anyone else have any questions? Mr. Rulo, I do have a question regarding the cease. Has the building been posted? Because this is a attempt to cease.
Yes, so the procedural history, Chairman Woodson, is that this was originally listed as an emergency appeal in March of 2022. However, at that time, the city lifted the cease and this proceeded in the normal course as an appeal of the underlying violation. So at the moment, the property is not subject to a cease operations order, and this just proceeded in the normal course as an appeal of that underlying violation.
Okay. Also, Mr. Rulo, can someone confirm whether or not the fire code violations have been complied?
I believe that Inspector Griffin's testimony earlier was that at this time, none of the violations have been confirmed as complied. I can ask that question again, and
Yes,
if I
if
may
you
just
would.
ask a follow-up.
Yes, if you would on the record, please, yes.
Inspector Griffin, could you unmute yourself again, please?
Can't read that.
Just to clarify again, Inspector Griffin, you had previously indicated that none of the violations have been formally marked as complied at this time, correct?
Correct.
And even if there is a fire certification that's uploaded, you still need to gain access to the property to confirm that the fire panel remains operational as well, correct?
Correct.
But the remaining, the other number of key violations here again, or the lack of a certificate of occupancy, lack of zoning, and lack of rental license, those definitively do remain open violations, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Alrighty. Anyone have any additional questions? Mr. Pincus, I'm not sure if you're asking a question. You're muted though.
My apologies, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to note, because the appellant has stated he didn't have an email address at the time of the application for zoning.
Mr. Pincus, just for a moment.
I got it.
Ms. Griffin.
I got it.
You had too much background noise. Mr. Pincus, my apologies for cutting you off.
Yep. The appeal to the Board of License and Inspections Review is dated April 1, 2022, which is almost a year ago. And that appeal does contain an email address on it. So I assume that it would have been possible for Mr. Burton, I don't know how long he had that email, to inform the zoning board of his email address if he's saying that he hadn't received any communications. But I would assume that board, just like our board, if it didn't have an email address on file, would also be sending out notifications by mail. So, and he has a PO box, but he also lists Master Street as his home address. So he may not have gotten anything because it went to the property.
Okay, thank you, sir. Mr. Rulo, do you have any final argument? What I'd like to do is ask Mr. Burton if he has any additional comments to make before we hear from you. Mr. Burton.
Yes, I didn't receive anything. I just found out about that, I believe, 3 weeks ago, that they denied the zoning.
Okay, well, you have to understand that the zoning denied, that's the reality. So you're gonna have to, in order to bring your building into compliance, you gotta make some changes.
I have no problem with that.
Okay, well, you haven't done it yet, and you've several years without a license in all your rental properties. In addition, it's on the record that you testified that none of your other properties have rental licenses either, all of which are major violations of the Philadelphia Code. Mr. Rulo, any final argument?
Yes, just very briefly. I think that we've now heard testimony that definitively establishes that the key violations in this case remain open and uncomplied. I understand that we also know now that the zoning was denied. I would just again note for the record that the appellant has, as board member Pincus has mentioned, did put an email address on their appeal form when they filed it at this time. The testimony appears to be that it was subsequent to the filing of that appeal that the owner had moved for an application to the zoning board. And we've also heard testimony that the appellant put an address of his choosing on his application form to the zoning board. So in this instance, board members, we would ask that the violation be marked as a city affirm.
Okay, thank you very much. All right. We will now poll the board. Just one moment, please.
Mr. Pettit has excused himself.
Oh,
Mr.
yes,
Chair.
okay, thank you. We will poll the board then regarding HA-2022-001567, 1727 Master Street, Wilbert Burton, city affirmed.
City affirmed.
City affirmed.
City affirmed.
City affirmed.
Thank you very much. Mr. Burton, the vote is a unanimous city affirmed, which means your appeal has failed. You can appeal our decision, and you can, if you need information as to how to do that, please check with the city's license and inspections based on the letter you will get in the mail from the department. Thank you very much.
That brings us to case 17.
So where does that put me now?
That means that you're not in compliance, and it will be, if you cannot or do not comply, there may be additional enforcement action taken. That's what that means.
Is that a time frame with that?
You need to call the license and inspections and work through that time frame with the inspector and with the inspector in the inspections office, the district office. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Yes, let's go back to 17.
Brings us to case 17. Council's reached out with the deed. She's confident that Mrs. Flipcheck is the owner.
Okay.
Case number
Thank you.
17, hearing
Well,
appeal
I
number
can't
8.
see it. Listen to me. They
I
asked
want to
you,
get this off of here right now.
hang them up.
How the fuck you do that?
Okay.
I
I'm
got
not sure what are we dealing with here.
Mr. Burton. I muted him.
Okay.
Case number 17, hearing appeal number HA 2022-001-727. Mariola Flipcheck, 3026 Tremont Street.
Okay. Would you unmute Ms. Flipcheck, please? Okay. Well, we're back, Ms. Flipcheck, we're back. We're confident based on the information that's been provided to the board that we can move forward with this matter. Okay, Ms. Reinhardt.
I'm clear.
Yes, ma'am, we're clear.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you.
Yes, let's move forward. Ms. Reinhardt.
Thank you.
I would like to call Inspector Salim Mohammed as the witness.
Okay, Ms. Mohammed. Mr. Mohammed, my apologies.
That's okay.
Would
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir,
Can you
I
hear
can
me?
hear you fine.
Thank you.
Please raise your right hand so that you may be sworn.
Yes,
Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you give today be the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, thank you. You place your hand down.
Inspector, can you please introduce yourself for the record?
Yes, Salim H. Muhammad, a court administrator for the Department of License and Inspections.
How long have you had this position?
This position here, going on a year, but with the department approximately 8 years.
And what are your duties as your part of your job?
We work closely with the litigation support unit and the law department to ensure that cases are properly prepared, and that means re-inspections, etc.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, may I share my screen?
Yes, please.
I am showing you what has previously been marked City Exhibit 1. This is the Office of Property Assessment information regarding 3026 Tremont Street. First of all, Inspector, are you familiar with this property?
Yes,
And have you reviewed the department's records regarding this property?
I have.
Just so that we have it as well, there's a sales date listed approximately in the middle of the screen, November 14th, 2019. And it also lists appellant Mariola Flipjack as the owner. Are you able to confirm that?
Yes, I did see the name on the in our database.
Okay, and so this is the information that the department uses for the purpose of notifications and correspondence?
Yes, that's one of them, yes.
Okay. Moving on to City Exhibit 2. This is a notice of violation and order to correct dated March 17th, 2022. It was sent to Ms. Flipjack for this property. Can you tell us what this notice of violation is for?
This notice of violation is for exceeding the scope of the permit that was issued. It was an easy permit that allowed a rear deck to be constructed.
Can you tell us what an easy permit is?
An easy permit is a issue permit that doesn't require plans. And with that, there are rules and guidelines that, if exceeded, would then require you to obtain plans.
Okay, so this violation was written essentially saying that the work was beyond what was permitted for that type of permit?
That is correct.
Okay. I'm moving down to what has been previously marked City Exhibit 3. This is a collection of photographs. What are we looking at here in the first photograph?
Okay, so we're looking at a post that supports the deck.
And what is your understanding of, are there any concerns with the easy permit work based on what you see on this picture?
Yes, well, in my review of the record, it was noted that when the permit was issued and the area inspector went to the site to make his initial inspection, the deck was already constructed. So this picture, so in any type of work, there's you need to have a foundation or a footing for this post, and that footing would support the deck. When the inspector, the area inspector arrived, he noted that the deck was fully constructed. And that the post, so this post had never received an inspection to ascertain the correct depth of the footing, which should be 30 inches and below the frost line.
Okay. And is that concern based on the safety and stability of the deck?
Yes.
Oui.
I am moving on to the second photograph. This appears to be another post and footing. Is that the same concern?
Yes, it's the opposite post.
And moving on to the third photograph, what are we looking at here?
So we're looking at the post and we're looking at the beams that are attached to the post. And the major concerns was, again, that the work exceeded the scope of the easy permit, and it did not follow the standards that was laid out in the document.
And how did it exceed the work that you see in this photograph? Do you see any work exceeded clearly in this photograph?
Well, work not performed to the easy deck standards. Take, for instance, if you look at the vertical post and you look at the horizontal beams on the easy deck document, it states that these two horizontal beams should sit on a ledger. So if you look at the post, at the end of the post, and you can see they're attached to the end, well, this can create a safety issue.
Now,
Because,
if you do it in that particular manner,
Who's speaking? Who's speaking?
Builder of the deck, company member.
He can't speak. No one can speak until they're being called in to testify. Okay? So please allow Mr. Muhammad to complete his testimony without interruption.
Did two of them.
Mr.
okay,
Muhammad?
so yes. So the vertical post should be notched and the two horizontal beams should sit on each end of that notch, giving it the proper support. And this is according to the easy deck standards. And so this does not meet that standard.
And when you say according to the Easy Deck standards, this is essentially about the way that weight is held by the supports for the deck?
Yes, this would ensure that in addition to sitting on the proper footing, that it would have the proper support. So the way that it's constructed now does not meet that standard.
Okay, moving on to photograph 4.
Miss Reinhardt, could I just go back for a minute, please, to that photograph?
Sure.
It appears from this photograph that the house, unless it's the same property, the house next door also has a deck, and it would also appear to have similar construction. Is that correct, Inspector Muhammad?
You know, I'm glad you asked that, because that deck was constructed by the same contractor. And the area inspector also noted that what you noticed, that it was not constructed according to the Easy Deck standards. So yes, you're absolutely correct.
Thank you.
In photograph 4, can you tell us what we're looking at here?
So we're looking at the deck as it is attached to the house. You can see the joists, which are attached via hangers to a ledger. And again, according to the Easy Deck standards, the proper bolts or screws should be used. And it appears from this photo that they weren't. The Easy Deck standards call for, I believe, at least a 1/2 inch bolt or screw, and from the top and the bottom, and they should be staggered. So looking at the heads of these of the attachments, they do not appear to be the right diameter attachment, which of course is a safety issue.
In order to correct this violation, what would the owner have to do?
In my review of the record, the inspector had noted that what he called for to correct that would be a engineer's report to cover the footings because they were never inspected. So we don't know what the proper depth is, and we don't know whether there is actually a footing underneath that post, the two posts at the opposite end. He also called for building plans. If it exceeds the standards, the Easy Deck standards, then building plans and a new permit would have to be issued. There's other things too, but that would also be in the plans. The Easy Deck standards can be ascertained through our website. They're easily accessible so that the standards, they're available for review. And they're detailed. They're detailed. So there shouldn't be any ambiguity as to what needs to be done according to the standard.
Inspector, have you been to this property?
I actually visited the site, let's say roughly 5 hours ago.
And fair to say that the deck is still in approximately this condition?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, one thing I did note that the vertical posts are severely split, like the wood is split. And a lot of times that will come as a result of not of improper building techniques. So both vertical posts were split. The wood itself was split, and that looked like that could cause a safety issue.
When you say split, are you referring to the vertical? Actually, I'm going to share my screen one more time. This was a photograph that was previously shared. Are you able to see?
Yes. So if you look at these are cracks, more or less. On the side that's facing the driveway, the split in the wood is actually more severe at this point. This is an earlier picture.
Okay, and are you saying that those cracks are due to stress and the weight that is put by the deck itself?
I would say it's very possible that they are caused by stress and improper building techniques.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Okay. Ms. Flipjack, do you have any questions of the inspector based on his testimony? Now, keep in mind that you can present your case once the city is completed its case. But do you have any cross-examination of Mr. Muhammad?
So what should I do?
Well, do you have any questions based on what he said?
Yes.
If you don't have any questions, then okay.
Well, I'm not specialized person. I got
am I allowed to
online
ask questions?
builder.
No, I'm not sure who that person is, but Ms. Flipjack, when it's time for you to present your case, you may ask to have a witness sworn in, but that witness has to be present with you. But in the meantime, do you have any questions? If you don't have any questions, that's okay. We can move on. If you don't have any questions, that's okay.
Yes, what should I do now in this case?
In that case, just sit tight for a moment. We'll finish up with Mr. Muhammad. Mr. Muhammad, I do have a question for you.
Yes.
If a homeowner were to present architectural or engineering stamp drawings with a different design concept or technique, would that be acceptable to the department?
Yes, that is what the inspector, the original inspector, was requesting. He wanted to ascertain the structural integrity of the deck itself.
Okay.
And also, before he went out, he also looks at what he's going to inspect. So he knows that the deck itself is not a deck that has plans, because that's something that we check.
Okay.
So he's looking for, he refreshes his knowledge on Easy Deck standards, and he goes and performs his inspection. But before he even can do his initial inspection, the deck was already constructed.
Okay, and so the easy deck, the homeowner in this instance applied for an easy deck permit, obtained the permit, but went ahead and constructed it without following the procedures calling for inspections on footings and other things. They
Yes,
just-
that's correct.
Okay, but in the alternative, if a homeowner were to hire an engineer or an architect to design a deck, and they would need to submit those plans to the department for review prior to starting construction. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions of Inspector Mohammed?
Well, I guess I just want to confirm based on your questioning, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
It's possible that the application for the easy permit wasn't made until after the deck was constructed. It's possible.
Well, the zoning and the building permit were issued on the same day because it was based on the easy permit standards. So when the call to have it inspected happened and the inspector came to inspect that property, the deck was already built.
Okay.
And
Right.
that's when he wrote those violations and requested that an engineer's report be submitted because you have a deck here and we don't know what it's sitting on.
And based on the testimony you've given us today and your observations concerning, as shown in the pictures, it is possible that that deck is structurally unsafe.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mohammed, Mr. Chair, I have a question from Mr.
Yes.
Mohammed. Not so much a question, just for some verification. You stated, Mr. Mohammed, that zoning was applied for and approved for this deck?
Yes.
Thank
And
you.
it was issued the very same day that the
same day.
easy deck permit was issued.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anything else, Ms. Reinhardt?
Nothing else at this time, but I would like to request that exhibits 1 through 3 be submitted into the record.
Okay, exhibits 1, 2, and 3 are admitted. Thank you. Okay, Ms. Flipjack, I believe now is your turn to put on your case. Now, are you holding up your phone for a reason?
Well, because I want to be there to listen, to be present during hearing.
Okay, for him to be present, he has to be on Zoom. We cannot have, we
Yes.
can't do it via, because we need to swear
Well,
him in if he says anything. So,
I did not know, Your Honor. Really, I'm apologizing.
well, if you're going to appeal, you have to be prepared to present your case. If you want him to testify, he can be your witness, but he has to be sworn and he has to be on Zoom. You
Yeah.
can't do it via your telephone.
Is there any way for me to join the Zoom call?
Sure, she can send you, but we're in the middle of the case now. She wants to send you the Zoom link, she can do that. You're her witness, not, we didn't call you, she did.
No, I completely understand. I'm just trying to help her out with this process. 'Cause the neighbor next door that you have pictures of.
Sir, we can't have any more,
Mr. Woodson.
anything else on the record. Hold on 1 minute. Yes, sir.
If you want to, if I can give him the board administration number, I can have someone assist him with getting on the Zoom.
Okay, but it has to be done quickly because we're in the middle of a hearing. I don't want,
I understand. 215 686-2428.
215-686.
2428.
Okay, and I call this now?
Call that now and they'll try and get you on the Zoom as quick as possible.
I'm doing that now.
Ms. Reinhardt, how many more matters do you have before the board today?
I believe 2 more after this.
2 more? Okay.
I'm hanging in there with you guys.
Well, we're gonna try. Okay, Mr. Wade, where are we?
I believe he's on the phone with staff currently.
Okay, is that a connection we're gonna be able to make? Do we need to do something else?
I don't think I don't think it should be an issue. Just give me one more second. They're emailing them the link. They're emailing him the link now.
Okay. Okay. Ms. Flipcheck is the builder. What is his name, please?
Mariola Filipczak, my name.
No, the builder, the contractor you're trying to call us a witness.
Contractor's name, just a second. I don't know by heart because it was long time back.
No, the person you're now trying to provide assistance for you. What is his name?
Mr. Michael. Just please give me a moment.
Mr. Chair, I was able to see the phone clearly. It said Mike Kavanaugh.
Yeah. Mike.
Okay.
Mike Kavanaugh.
And this is Fox Run Design.
N-A-U-G-H, Mike Kavanaugh.
Okay. Now, Ms. Flipcheck, is this individual someone you want to call as a witness to support your case?
Yeah.
Okay, where is he now? Is he willing? Is he able?
He's in the hearing room currently.
Yes, okay.
Online.
All right. Is this the individual who's coming on now?
I think so.
Do you know him?
Mr.
when
Kavanaugh.
You see his image? Ms. Flipcheck, do you know the individual when you see his image? You recognize him?
Yes.
Is that him?
I can see. I will go.
Sir, identify yourself.
I can't see here.
Hello?
Identify yourself, please.
Yeah.
All right, I believe I'm in now.
State your name for the board, sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Michael Kavanaugh.
Okay, Mr. Kavanaugh, I'm Kenneth Woodson, Chair of the Board. Would you raise your right hand so that you may be sworn? Do you swear and affirm the testimony that you give today be the truth so help you God?
Absolutely. Yes.
Thank you. You can place your hand down just for a moment. We'll get to you in a moment. Ms. Flipcheck, now would you give us your understanding of what's going on here from your perspective?
Yes, I do.
Okay, start speaking. Tell us what's happening. What did you understand about this deck? When was it constructed? Who did it, etc.?
Mr. Kavanaugh was contracted by me in 2019 to build the deck. It was before Christmas on that time. And the deck has been done before Christmas. All documents I received according to what he promised. So I did not think that I was working against the law, and he was respected here in this area, builder of decks. So I was confident that person is right to do the job.
Okay, thank you. Did Mr. Kavanaugh give you a copy of the permits that he received from the city? I didn't hear your answer, ma'am. What was your answer?
My answer?
Yes, did he give you the copy of the permits that he?
Yes, yes, I do have.
No, holding them up doesn't help. We can't see that. Just, I want you to say yes or no. Did he give you the copy?
Yes, I do have.
Okay, thank you very much.
Originals, I do have.
Okay, all right, thank you. So now do you have, now the way we normally do this, if someone is called as your witness, you normally would be the first one who has opportunity to ask that person questions. So do you want to do that, or you rather we do that?
I don't know what's the rule.
I'm saying that you have the opportunity to offer Mr. Kavanaugh as a witness to support your case. Do
Yes,
you want to ask him questions so he can give information, or would you rather someone else do it, like
I
me?
want him to be questioned and give information.
Okay, all right, we'll proceed in that manner. Mr. Kavanaugh, what is your profession?
I'm a union carpenter and a contractor myself, and I'm currently a project management for a commercial contracting company.
Okay, what is the name of your construction company?
My personal one is Fox Run Design, which I built this deck under, and I currently work for Blue Collar Builders.
Okay, but Fox Run Design did the work on the deck.
Correct.
Okay, now are you licensed in the city of Philadelphia?
I am licensed in the state of Pennsylvania. I don't have a city.
So the answer is no, you're not licensed in the city of Philadelphia.
On my state license, it says it supersedes all municipalities.
So that means you're not licensed in the city of Philadelphia. You must, in order to work in the city to first class, i.e. Philadelphia, have a city license. You don't have a city license, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Do you have a revenue account with the city of Philadelphia?
I apologize. You're coming in real thin. What was
Do you
that?
have a revenue account with the city of Philadelphia?
I do not.
Do you have a business privilege license with the city of Philadelphia?
I believe I did at the time of this construction.
Do you have a copy of it with you?
I do not. I'm ill prepared for this as again, she gave me a ring today just to help her out.
Okay, you aren't helping her very much if you don't have all your paperwork with you.
And I apologize for this too. Like I said, I
Well,
was
you
trying
apologize to her, man, because you're her witness. Now, in this instance, sir, did you build this deck?
I did build that deck.
Any reason why you didn't follow the standards and the easy permit standards?
Yeah, because the details shown on that weren't applicable to this.
Like, be more specific.
The fastening detail shows on the easy deck, it fastening to wood or to block. And in this instance, there's a steel lintel that crosses over the rear garages of the homes in that zip code. So as a professional and knowing my engineering, I used, and any inspector could see the head of these screws, that they are structural fasteners directly to the steel to
Did you get an
fasten the lintel.
inspection? Did you call for an inspection prior to constructing the deck? And when
A
that condition
framing
arose?
inspection after the deck was framed as per sequence of events that are standard.
You did get a framing inspection?
I did ask for a framing inspection, yes.
Did that occur?
That was I'm not remembering the events, but I believe so. And that's when I received the call saying that the fastening systems didn't occur in the right sequence. And again, I'm trying to recall all of this, but from my understanding, we went through this with the neighbor and all their items were dismissed. If there's any way to look up how that
Objection.
transpired.
That's irrelevant.
Not relevant to this conversation. It's only about this address, sir.
I understand. And like I said, I'm trying to help to my best of my remembrance. It's quite a few years back.
Okay, you don't have any documentation of that inspection report?
Nothing in front of me currently now.
Okay. What about the other aspects of the deck itself in terms of how you chose to construct it that did not meet the standards of the easy easy permit standards?
As far as, like I said, as far as visible and possibly in the pictures, which I heard you talking about, but I'm not sure if they're visible. There is, I think 12 to 13 inches of visible concrete on her existing slab. And there is clear saw marks where a footing was cut in the diameter of 16 by 16 inches, which a footing inspection was performed on that deck and not only the neighboring deck. And I'm sure at some
Objection.
point in my phone, I could dig
Okay,
out
wait, wait,
pictures
wait,
of
wait.
the depth of these.
Wait, you have to pay attention because the lawyer is objecting to what you're saying. What
Okay.
is the premise of your objection, Ms. Reinhardt?
Irrelevant. Anytime that he refers to the neighbor's work or anything regarding an appeal to the neighbor's property, I'm going to object.
Okay.
Because that's not relevant
Understood.
to this proceeding.
Okay, Mr. Kavanaugh, restrict your comments to the deck at this address, please. Now, you were beginning to say something about saw marks on the ground. What are you referencing?
If there's a picture of the base of the post against the
Um,
concrete,
Well, let's go back to those photographs. We do have some photographs. Let's take a look at them. Okay. That's what you're referencing, Mr. Kavanaugh?
correct.
And explain to us what you mean?
So that square that is saw cut is 16 by 16 inches in width and length. And that footing is 36 inches deep. And if you were able to see the other side of that chain link fence, I don't know if there's a picture of that if you scroll down.
Not from the other side, no.
Keep going down. There you go. Oh, back up a little. And maybe if you could scroll down, but there's about an 8-inch drop. So that slab in that area is roughly 6 to 8 inches. And like I said, you could clearly see the saw cuts in the concrete and you can visually see the depth is a minimum of a foot on
Okay,
that
but
PSI
now
concrete.
point out the saw cuts that you're referencing. I don't see any saw cuts.
If you zoom in on that picture, you could clearly see saw cuts. Or if you scroll down, maybe you might be able to see them
No,
from the other side as well.
we're zooming in. We're zooming in. I think we can zoom in a little more. If you can zoom in just a bit more. Now, you point out the saw cuts to us, sir?
Can you scroll back up to the last picture? I apologize.
Sure.
Okay, that's the deck on the side. That's one post. I'm not sure which post this is. Show me some saw cuts on this one.
So you see the red chalk line and about 2 inches back from that are,
Okay, that's adjacent to the fence. Okay,
that's a saw cut, correct?
that's the chalk line.
Yeah, 2 inches behind that that's a saw cut.
Okay, well, is that image available to us?
I don't understand the question.
Okay, the question was, I was asking him to identify the saw cuts, which would, for him, would suggest that the proper footing was installed. Mr. Kavanaugh, you said you also did get a footing inspection?
Correct. I called for a footing inspection, and when I did, I called for them for both. That's the only reason I referenced the neighbors earlier in this conversation was to
Okay,
note that,
Do you have the name of the inspector who did the inspection?
again, not on hand. I don't have any documents in front of me.
Mr. Chair, I have a question.
Yes, please.
Mr. Kavanaugh, when you called for the inspection, did you wait for the inspection to be completed before you proceeded with your work?
Not only that, I was told that I have to bell out the bottom of the footers, which he visually seen the following day,
Who saw?
the inspector.
Okay, so the inspector did come and perform a visual inspection of the footings.
Right. And again, the only reason I mentioned the neighbor is because she was present on site during
I'm
that
just
whole
speaking
encounter.
about the one property, 3026. If you don't mind, we need to keep it to that.
Understood.
So you-
And
so you have-
I'm pretty sure the homeowner was present there as well at that footing inspection.
Okay, was Ms. Flipcheck available? Was she present when the footing inspection occurred?
No.
I am,
don't remember.
Mr. Chair, I still had another question, if you don't
Okay.
mind.
not a problem.
Mr. Kavanaugh, who applied for the permit?
I filled out the paperwork, Mary Olaf signed it and submitted it.
Mariola signed it, so you didn't have a license and you don't have a business privilege license. Okay, so you're not licensed to do any business in the city of Philadelphia. If you don't have a business privilege license, which is now known as the community activity license, you're not licensed to do work in the city of Philadelphia and you don't have a tax account, business privilege as well. So technically you have a state license, which allows you to do some sort of home repairs, not construction. Correct?
Like I said, I'm not familiar with these formalities.
Mr. Tennant and Mr. Kavanaugh, I guess, if I may, a copy of the building permit is attached to the appeal, which I'm looking at as you are speaking. And just to make sure I understand, it lists Mariola Filizipzak as the owner.
As the owner.
Where it has licensed contractor, it's blank. So there's no record with the city of you being involved in the construction at this property. That would be my observation. Is that correct, Mr. Kavanaugh?
That's correct.
Mr. Muhammad, can you verify on the easy permit? Is it required to have a licensed contractor?
It is.
That's what I thought. Thank you. So it was issued without a licensed contractor number by the department is what appears may have happened here?
This
If I may,
permit was.
if I may clarify, I can show the building permit for the board to review as we are discussing it.
Yes, please.
Thank
Please
you.
put it up. You need to magnify it a bit.
Okay. For the record, this is, the issue date is December 5th, 2019. And I can call Inspector Mohammed if there are, in order to build the record of what this.
Yes, that would be helpful if you would do that.
Inspector Mohammed, have you reviewed the building permit that is presented here?
Yes, I looked at this permit.
Okay. First of all, it says location of work, 3026 Tremont Street. And then on the second line, it says rear deck homeowner doing work. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
Okay. But under licensed contractor, it is blank. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Under occupancy, the second sentence states applicant agrees to limit the construction to comply with easy. It looks like it was supposed to be permit, but the word may have been cut off. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
And under description of work, it also states that the work is going to be according to the easy permit standards as well. Is that correct?
Yes.
So even under easy permit standards, is it fair to say that, or how many inspections are required for a deck?
Well, there's first the initial inspection. And in that initial inspection, a footing inspection can be included in that. Sometimes it's separate also. But in constructing a deck, we know it needs a footing. So that is one of the first things that that needs to happen. What you see here with this permit, because it was issued under the easy permit standards, and it specifically states that work will be done by the owner, and that's why you don't see in this instance the name of a licensed contractor.
Okay.
If I may, Ms. Reinhardt.
Yeah.
Above where it says occupancy, it reads in bold, if no licensed contractor's name, the owner assumes all responsibility for compliance with the, and if you move it over, the board can read the rest. For compliance with the code, the owner, if no licensed contractor's name. So the owner is responsible to make sure these particular inspections take place as well as compliance with the construction per the code. Right? Correct, Mr. Muhammad?
That's correct.
Ms. Flipjack, did you ever call to get an inspection on the footings? Anything else in the on that deck?
Pardon me, can you repeat, please?
Did you ever make a phone call to L&I to request an inspection of the deck?
No, I did not. I saw that everything is correct.
Okay,
I'm not acquainted with rules here in Philadelphia.
okay. This is where you resided at address, Ms. Flipchat?
What about address?
Do you live at that address? Is that your home address?
Yeah, this is my home address
Okay.
since 22 years.
Okay, Mr. Kavanaugh, is there any
Yes,
reason
sir.
why you didn't list a contractor and complete the application correctly?
I thought that like I said, from my understanding at this time, and mind you, this is quite a few years back. My understanding was that the homeowner had some pulled-in permits for the easy deck permit standards.
But quite a few years back, that was done in 2019, correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
This is what years today are we living
23.
today? And this is what month of 23?
February.
So that was only 2 years ago, roughly. Or less than 2 years ago. So it wasn't quite a few years ago.
Mr. Chair, I have a question.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Kavanaugh, do
Yes,
you
sir.
know what the easy deck standards are?
I do now.
So you didn't know it before you started construction on the deck?
For my understanding, it listed parameters that were a square footage based parameters. Like I said, I didn't know how the strictness of those details that were on that easy deck. I thought that was just for, like I said, at the time I
Are
was,
you admitting that you did not follow the protocol for the deck that you constructed?
the size parameters of it, I did. But the way in which it was built was, like I said, inapplicable. There was no way to fasten it as per shown on the easy deck standard.
So why didn't you build it correctly? Since the easy permit standard isn't what was needed for that deck.
It exceeded the parameters of it, is what I'm saying.
So you should have applied for a new permit if it
Correct.
exceeded the parameters, and
Correct.
you never did.
I attempted to.
What that mean?
I attempted to, and they said that I would need architectural drawings.
Yeah, why not?
This is before you started construction?
Nah, this is post construction. She had a letter saying that it was built outside of the parameter, so I was trying to remediate the issue.
Mr. Chair, no more questions.
I
Okay.
have a question, Mr.
Yes.
Chair, for Mr. Kavanaugh.
Yeah.
I'm noticing that you're mentioning everything is post, after the deck was built.
Correct.
And the questions regarding the phone calls to license inspection, foreign inspection, and you're saying some of those inspections were done, correct?
So the footing inspection, like I said, from my understanding, was complete and passed the footing inspection. Then post-construction, is typically the following inspection is a framing inspection on a second story deck. Typically, that is called when the framing is complete.
Okay, so at the time, you never met with an inspector on site
For the footing inspection, I did.
and you asked no questions about any of the easy permit standard requirements since you were unaware of them?
Like I said, the only one was that the fastening system. And like I said, I thought that was a generalized sample.
Okay, so you had the code official on site, but didn't ask the question.
The question hadn't arose to me yet,
Hadn't arisen,
that I
okay.
wasn't going to be able to fasten to the block.
So basically you were building this deck according to what you felt was correct, not with the code.
Not necessarily the code to that particular document, the Easy Pass standard.
Okay, but according to what you felt was best in your experience as a contractor.
Correct.
Okay, so that means you weren't building the deck according to code, just as a contractor.
Well, it doesn't necessarily mean it's not code. It's not to the Easy Deck standards.
Well, in this
I'm
case,
agreeing on, yeah.
the outcome is it's not according to code. It didn't end up according to the code, but the code is stated there. And Mr. Salim said the code is accessible. And if it wasn't accessible in 2019 online, which I believe it was, you still could have reached out to the department because there were standards that they state on the permit. Did you see the permit prior to start of the construction.
Correct, I did.
Okay, so you read it there, but chose not to inquire about the standards because you're telling me you were
So-
not familiar with them.
I'm not trying to like backtrack or anything. What I'm saying is on the Easy Deck standard, and I have multiple, they give you a sample fastening detail on the Easy Deck standard, which if he has one in front of him, he could probably show you. I have one for a different barrow. They give you a sample. A cross-section sample, which usually shows you a detail.
I'm familiar with it.
So typically, they want you to fasten to block or wood. In the instance of Mariola's deck on Tremont, none of those houses can be fastened to block or wood. Only on the ends, on the left and right side, they can be fastened to block, which hers is, and has 1/2-inch diameter lags into the bolt. In the centers, the alternating centers, there's the only possible way to fasten it is with steel structural fasteners.
Okay, I understand, and I noticed that you keep specifically pointing out to the fastening of the bolts to the building, the beam of concrete there, correct?
Correct.
Okay, you never mentioned anything about the post and the beam and how they're to be anchored according to the Easy Building Standards, which this particular is not correctly on there, meaning that this deck is not, the post and the beam aren't anchored correctly. According
And,
to the
and,
Easy
and that's
Standards.
where in another, like I said, after the initial failure, I had requested that, can they be rectified and notched in? And that's where I was told that I can't just correct it. I need now architectural drawings and so on.
Right, and that would have been prevented if you went according to the Easy Standards or inquired to the department in reference to the post and the beam and how they're to be anchored.
Okay, Mr. Kavanaugh, is there any reason why you didn't go ahead and get an architect or engineer to provide a solution here?
Yes, one being cost to my client. And two, me not being able to submit them either way, which, like I said, was figured out post-construction.
So what does that mean for your client then?
It's a double shit.
I mean, what happens now? I mean, you got a violation that's existing, and we have a on the record testimony from a code expert that it's not the code and is experiencing some failure. So what do we do next?
Hopefully somehow try to remediate it without
Somebody's got to pay for an architect or an engineer to stamp drawings and tell us how to do that. If that deck fails and someone gets hurt or killed, who do we come? Do we come see you? Your name isn't even on the application.
understood. If I brought architectural drawings that would suffice how it's structured, would that settle the?
Well, you have to call the inspection for that. We're here today to find out what happened. And Ms. Flipchak, what it appears is that your builder built something incorrectly and he didn't follow the rules.
I did not know.
Well, unfortunately, that's what we have today.
So what should I do now?
Well, we're going to decide that in a few moments. Any other questions of Mr. Kavanaugh or Ms. Flipchak?
I just have a brief question. Can
Yes.
Mr. Kavanaugh repeat the name of his business and state the address, the mailing address for the record?
Fox Run Design
Okay,
and 642 South York Road.
642 South York Road.
Correct.
Thank you.
Is that a Philadelphia address?
It's a Hatboro address.
Ah, so you have to say that, sir, because we can't connect you in Hatboro. So be clear, go back and repeat it and give us a zip code.
Yep.
Can you please repeat the full address with the zip code?
642 South York Road, Hatboro, PA. And the zip code is 19040.
Thank you.
May I just
Mr.
add?
Yes, please.
Mr. Kavanaugh, I'm not sure you're aware of what you've done, but on the one level, I think you're being very considerate in trying to help the appellant resolve this issue. On the other, which on the other hand, you've really put yourself into a difficult position because you've admitted you've done this work and you're not a licensed contractor, and there will be consequences. So I just wanted to say, you may not be aware of what's happened here. But on the one hand, I do appreciate your making the effort to try to help your client, your customer. But unfortunately, you've got a serious problem in not being properly licensed in the city of Philadelphia.
And I understand that, like I said, at the time of the failure, I did approach to go down in L&I and try to get this sorted out, and it just wasn't. It pretty much got blown under the rug, not by me. And like I said, I've spoken with Mariola each time I visited, and the neighbor Tina, but whatever I got to do to make it right for the client. I'm not,
If you're
Mr.
gonna
Chairman?
do it- Yes, Miss Penn, yes, you have a question? My
Yeah,
apologies.
I have a quick question for Mr. Kavanaugh. I'm sorry, I'm not going to pronounce.
Mariola.
Has an easy permit. Who instructed her to get an easy permit? Was that you?
Correct.
Okay, so you knew something about an easy permit if you advised your customer that that's what she should apply for. Is that not correct?
From my knowledge at the time, the only thing required for that small of a square footage deck was an easy pass permit.
But you
And that was the
testified.
entire part of it. I was trying to assist her in not having to pay an architectural fee for a design that wasn't necessary because I thought that it met the parameters of said paperwork.
I don't have any more questions. Thank you.
Yeah, just one final series of questions, Mr. Kavanaugh, then we'll make a decision here. What is your academic training?
I am a carpenter. The furthest I went was the accredited carpenter school apprenticeship program of Philadelphia. And I went to architectural design high school.
Okay, are you a union card carrying carpenter? Finished carpenter or?
For 15 years now, yes.
Okay,
Local 1856 out of Philadelphia. I was a Philadelphia resident until about a year or two ago.
okay, so you're very familiar with all of the standards of construction in this area. How long have you been building decks as a contractor?
I only got my license in early 2019, but I have been building decks since I was 12 years old.
Okay, all righty. Now, when did you last look at or inspect that deck, that Ms. Slip's deck?
After the first failure.
Okay, so what's the status of it today?
I believe it's in the same condition as it was then.
So there's some level of failure and that's ongoing.
The same condition.
I'm waiting for Mr. Kavanaugh to respond.
It's the same condition as it was when it was constructed.
So that means it's in some level of failure as we speak.
According to the Easy Deck standards, yes.
Okay, all right, so that deck is well, let me ask a different question. Mr. Muhammad, would you unmute, please? Mr. Muhammad, would you consider the deck unsafe?
Yes.
Okay, it's unsafe based on the city's inspection code authority. Okay. Thank you. Anyone else have any questions before we get to a point of decision?
Just a comment from Mr. Kavanaugh, just to piggyback off from Mr. Pinkins. I do appreciate a contractor taking time out of his busy day to get on to help support their client. I just wanted to note that, and thank you.
Not a problem.
Okay. Ms. Flipchick, what we're going to do now is that the board will be voting, but what we're voting on is strictly on the whether or not the violation notice that you received from the department was proper or not. We do not have any authority to make a decision in terms of what Mr. Kavanaugh should do next or whatever. Because your name is the only name on the permit application, you're solely responsible for whatever was not or was done. Unfortunately, that's the nature of the application permit. And on that paperwork that you have in your hand, it clearly says that if there's nobody identified as a contractor, the homeowner is responsible. Unfortunately, that's what you had. That's what was
Now I know.
submitted on your behalf. Okay. All right, thank you, Barb. I just wanted to explain that to you before we voted.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. All righty. Just one moment. Gonna make sure that I have the proper address here. Okay, with regard then to HA-2022-001-727-3026 Tremont Street, Mariola Flipcheck, City of Ferndale.
City affirmed.
City affirmed.
City affirmed.
City affirmed.
Ms. Flipcheck, the vote is majority city affirmed, which means that the city's violation notice was legitimate and legal, and you wouldn't need to correct that. Now, you can work at Mr. Kavanaugh or someone else, is your choice. But I would ask you to call Mr. Mohammed to find out what's required to try to meet the needs of the permit, okay?
How I can get Mr. Mohammed?
Mr. Mohammed, would you mind sharing that information with him? You're muted at the moment, sir.
Yes, you can reach me. It's actually best to reach me at an email. Do you do email?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, let me give you my email address. It's Salim, that's S-A-L, as in Larry.
S-S-L.
No, S-A.
S-A. L.
E-E.
E-E.
M, as in Mary.
M.
Dot H.
Dot H. Capital or?
Doesn't matter. Dot H, as in Harry.
Yeah.
Dot, followed by another dot. Last name, Muhammad. M, as in Mary.
Mm-hmm.
U, H, as in Harry. A, M, M, as in Mary. It's two M's. A, D, as in David.
Yeah.
At Phila dot G-O-V.
D-O?
G-O-V.
As in
Salim-
government.
Government.
Yeah. Salim dot H dot Muhammad at Phila dot gov.
.gov.
You can reach me at that email and I will respond back to you.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, everyone. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you.
Brings us to case 22,
22. Okay,
hearing appeal HA 2022-001-321, 5607 Winfield Avenue, Susan Kassar.
okay, good afternoon, Ms. Kassar. Ms. Reinhardt, I believe this is yours as well.
Yes, good afternoon. As addressed previously in preliminary matters, I have a standing objection pursuant to the Administrative Code 803.2 that an appeal shall be filed within 30 days of the date of the action being appealed. And in this case, the appeal deadline was January 16th, 2022, and the appeal was filed March 9th, 2022.
Okay, thank you. Your appeal is noted. Basically, after an examination of the appellant, the board decided within its discretion to proceed with the case. Thank you.
Okay, I
You
would
have
like,
any-
oh,
Your witness,
yes, I would like to call Inspector Sean Faulkner.
Mr. Faulkner?
Excuse me, Mr.
Fred.
Chair.
Yes, sir.
We still have the folks from the last case.
Yeah,
still,
they're choosing to-
Unmuted. That's unmuted.
Am I,
Yes, your case is over. We voted and decided, so you can either stay around if you like, or you can move on.
you have a
Okay.
good day.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Washington. Okay, your inspector again? I don't
Yes.
see it. Do you see his image?
I am looking, I don't see his image. Inspector, are you having technical difficulties? I see his name listed on the as being in the Zoom meeting.
Is that Sean Faulkner, you said?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Wade, if you to unmute Sean Faulkner.
I have. I've been sending a request.
If I may have a minute, oh, there we go.
Sorry.
Mrs. Faulkner, would you adjust that a bit more so it's on your face, not so much on your torso? Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, would you raise your right hand so that you may be sworn? Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you give today be true so help you God?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. Ms. Reinhardt?
Thank you. Inspector, can you please introduce yourself for the record?
I am Inspector Sean Faulkner, Building and Property Maintenance Inspector.
And how long have you had this position?
10 years.
What are your duties?
Follow the Philadelphia Code and to gain compliance.
Today we are here for property address 5607 Winfield Avenue. Are you familiar with this address?
Yes, ma'am.
And have you reviewed the department's records regarding these violations?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I am going to share my screen with what has been previously marked Exhibit 1. Are you able to see this on your screen?
Yes.
Okay. I am zooming down or zooming. I'm scrolling down to the Office of Property Assessment for the City of Philadelphia for this property. Do you recognize this information?
Yes, ma'am. The address and the owner's name, yes.
Okay. And is this information that the department uses in order to send correspondence to the owner? I apologize, I didn't hear a response.
Yes.
Thank you. I'm going down to page 3. Approximately the middle of the page, it indicates zoning. Can you tell us how this property is zoned?
Residential single family.
Okay. I'm going down to what has been previously marked Exhibit 2. This is a notice of violation and order to correct dated December 17th, 2021. Can you tell us what we're looking at?
Violations that I witnessed while I was doing an inspection of the property.
Okay. And what were those violations?
There was electrical issues in the property to whereas the tenants had to use extension cords to have electricity where it was needed. There was a hot water tank, an electric hot water tank in the basement in the garage inside of a closet that was leaking. There was covers for radiators. They were deteriorated, meaning they were not in good shape on the radiator. Someone could get burnt if they got too close to the radiator. The kitchen and living room floors was damaged tiles from water leaks from toilets and dishwasher. The main drain was clogged. In the bathroom, when the occupants used the master bathroom, touched the light switch, they would get shocked. So some wires might have been crossed or not completely grounded correctly. At the time of inspection, the rental's license was expired. And the exterior doors, which there are 2 or 3, they all needed to be weatherized. They were emitting cold air. There was daylight all around each door.
And I believe you just testified that you were the one who personally witnessed these things. So fair to say that you did this original inspection?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What kind of property did you see that it was?
It was a 2-story twin. It was a rental property. It was habitable, but it needed some a little bit of maintenance done.
Okay. I think I phrased my question poorly. Did you believe that it was a single family property or a multi-unit?
No, single family.
Okay. But you indicated that there was a renter in the property?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. By the notice of violation, it was sent to the property address at 5607 Winfield Avenue. Was it your understanding, do you have an opinion either way of whether the owner resided at that property?
Oh, I have no idea. I actually wrote the case, and when I went back for the second and third inspections, the occupant had no correspondence with the owner other than a few text messages and phone calls, but the issues were still there. So I then talked to my supervisor and rewrote the case because I saw that the notice of violation went to the house. So I rewrote the case and sent it to research to see if they could find a better address for the owner, and they were not able to find one.
Okay. For what has been previously marked Exhibit 3, this is a final notice of violation dated February 10th, 2022. Did you do this follow-up inspection?
Yes, I did.
And were any of the violations complied at that time?
No, they were not.
Okay. Moving on to what has been previously marked Exhibit 4. These are a collection of photographs. Did you take these photographs?
Yes, I did.
Okay, what are we looking at in the first photo?
This would be the basement rear entry door.
What is the concern with this door?
The daylight that you can see at the bottom of the door, that would allow rodents to enter the property as well as weather.
And this would be the weatherizing the door?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
What are we looking at in the second photograph?
A clogged toilet. I'm not sure if that was in the basement or the first floor, but it was definitely a clogged toilet.
And on the third photograph?
This was one of the working receptacles of GFCI that they were using extension cord to possibly use in the living room or the dining room of the property.
Going to the fourth photograph?
That's just the front exterior.
The fifth photograph?
This is the second door off the kitchen. As you can see, it has daylight going around the door. That's another door we asked to be weatherized.
And the sixth photograph?
I believe that is the same door.
The seventh photograph?
This is the flooring. I'm not sure if it's the kitchen flooring or maybe a dining room, but it's an example of how the baseboard and the flooring is not meeting each other. Therefore, again, if it's an exterior wall, you have weather coming through there. You can have bugs coming through there.
Moving on to, I believe it's the eighth photograph.
This would be the radiator cover that the tenants found that was a problem for them, possibly getting cut on the top of it, but definitely possibilities of getting burnt by the radiator underneath of it.
The ninth photograph, I believe may be a duplicate of a prior.
Yes, that's the front exterior of the property.
And the 10th photograph?
This is where the hot water tank was located, in the closet. I'm sorry the flash didn't come out as well as I would like it has, but it was sitting in a pool of water.
Okay. Have you been back to this? When is the last time that you were at this property?
I was at the property yesterday to see if it was vacant, see if it was occupied, or see the status of the property. And as I went to the property yesterday, it is occupied again by new tenants. So I took 3 pictures, one of the front, one of the side, and one of the rear. At time of inspection, there was a gentleman there who said he was the property manager of the owner. There was some guys there. I want to say they might have been plumbers. We didn't have correspondence. They left shortly thereafter I arrived. But I didn't see, I did not enter the property because I was not invited inside the property to see if any of the violations were complied. And the gentleman that was there asked me for a list of the violations so that he could work on the violations.
Okay. And when you say the gentleman, did he either identify himself or do you have an opinion on who he was?
Well, he pretty much identified himself as the manager or a liaison for the owner.
Okay. I believe you referenced a tenant. Was this the same tenant that you originally met with?
No, it was a new tenant.
Okay.
Prior to going to the property, I reached out to the former tenant to see if she was still a resident of the property so I could gain entry. She informed me that she moved out of the property. So that's why I knew I had this hearing, So I wanted to go back, see if I get new pictures and see if anything was possibly complied, or to see if the property was reoccupied or not occupied, just to check the status of the property.
And just to understand your testimony regarding the conversation with the owner's liaison, you said that they asked for a list of the violations in order to work on the violations, or?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, that's what he stated.
Okay. So your understanding was that he confirmed that the violations had not been complied to this point?
Basically.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Sazan, unmute yourself, please. I mispronounced your name, Ms. Kassar. My apologies.
Yeah, it's Ms. Kassar. Yes.
Do you have any questions of the inspector based on his testimony?
Yes, I do, please.
Yes,
Ms. Kassar, just a moment.
that-
Has Ms. Kassar been sworn in?
Yes, I was
Yes.
sworn in earlier, and so
Good.
you remain
Yes.
on the oath, Ms. Kassar?
Thank
Yes.
you.
For the inspector, back in December, when he first went to the property, he called me. So when he gave his testimony, he just said that he didn't have anyone to talk to. He
Ms.
called-
Kassar, what is your
Yeah.
question of the inspector? You can give your testimony later. I want to know if there's
all
any
right.
questions.
I just want to find out how he knows that I have new tenants there when he did not even enter the property. He just
Okay.
said he did
Well,
not enter.
you asked him a question, let him answer you.
Upon arriving to the property, I asked the gentleman, they were in the basement doing some work. So I took a picture of the front of the property. I went to the side of the property, took a picture. I heard someone talking, so I went to the rear of the property. The gentleman that I'm referring to, her liaison, and it was two other gentlemen that were actually in the basement, at the basement door. So I asked the gentleman, is the property occupied? He said yes.
That's a lie. He did not say.
Ma'am, ma'am.
I was on the phone with him and you
Okay.
were on the phone.
She was.
Wait, no, Mr. Faulkner, you responded.
Okay.
Ms. Kassar, you understand this is not going to be a back and forth argument, understand?
Yes.
I just want you to be clear.
Mr. Wilson, may I make one statement?
No,
please?
no.
Okay.
Mr. Faulkner, you are a witness called by Ms. Reinhardt,
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. I'm sorry.
okay? And she will direct your testimony unless you've been asked something directly.
Okay.
What we won't have is argument among the parties. And Ms. Kassar, you will have to conduct yourself appropriately, or else we'll resolve this matter before we get to your testimony. Understood?
Okay.
Okay, let's move on. Ms. Reinhardt, do you have any additional questions?
Not for the inspector at this time.
Okay, Ms. Kassar, would you share with us your understanding of the facts of this matter?
Okay, so I rented the property to a lady, and I do admit the time I gave her access to the property, my rental license had expired. And I told her it had expired. I needed to do a lead certification in order to get my rental license. But she seemed so nice, and it's like she was in a bad situation. So it's like, please just let me in. And I was like, all right. So I let her in, thinking that I'll get the rental license, I'll get the lead certification done, and then get my rental license. Once she moved into the property, she did not allow me into my property again. She took over the property. Anytime I wanted access to the property, she always gave me excuses. She gave my maintenance guy excuses. I was being given the
Okay, but
runaround.
Ms. Kassar, the issue comes down to a matter of the violations that were noted. Are
Yes.
these
Well, I'm
violations
com-
accurate?
Exactly, I'm coming to that.
We'll get to
So
that quickly.
all right, I did not know I had violations. Like the inspector said, it was being taken to the house and she was keeping it. So she kept on calling L&I to come and re-inspect the property, knowing that she was not giving me access to the property. She had dogs in the house. Basically, my property was under siege. So I spoke to Inspector Faulkner. That was in December. I think when he did his final inspection, he spoke to me with the lady on the phone, and I told him the situation that I was in. I was like, listen, I can't get access to my property. She's not letting me in the house to fix whatever issues are. So this is what I'm facing. And he told me he did not care. It was my problem to figure it out. So basically,
Okay.
my hands have been tied. My
Ms.
hands have been
Kassar,
tied.
Ms. Kassar, let me ask you a question, a few
Yes.
questions. I'm sure others will have questions as well.
Yes,
Are you a resident of Philadelphia?
yes.
Where do you live?
currently I'm living at the property, 5607 Winfield Avenue. But at the time that the tenant was in there, I was overseas. I was not
Okay,
in the,
well, let me ask you, when you purchased the property, did you move into it?
yes.
And when did you decide to rent it out as an investment property?
I do back and forth depending on when. if
No,
I
you
know
got to
I'm
be
not
better than,
gonna
I need specifics. Give me dates.
I can't off the top
Yes, you
of my
can. Tell
head.
me, when did you move? Did you allow your tenant to move in? What date was that?
Oh,
You had
she
a-
moved in. She moved in November. No, I think October 2021.
Is
Yeah.
she the first tenant you had live in that building?
No, she's
When did the
not.
first tenant move in?
Maybe 07. It was some students. I had some students.
2007?
2007. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did the last tenant that you had problems with, did that person have a lease with you?
Yes, they did have a lease.
What
It was,
what was the term of the lease? How long?
that was for, I think, 9 months. Yeah, it
A
was
9-month
student.
lease? Okay,
Yeah.
and they were scheduled to pay rent, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you inspect the property before they moved in?
You mean this current tenant we're talking
Yes.
about?
Yes.
It was in the process.
No, that's not the question I asked you. I said, did
Uh-huh.
you inspect the interior of the property before they moved in?
Yes, yes.
And were the conditions that are noted in the inspection report, the photographs, were those conditions existing at that time?
No, with the exception of the doors not being winterized, but everything else was fine.
So
But
the
once
floor was fine?
she moved in,
No. Listen to me. Was the floor, did you have the complete flooring?
yes.
So there was no subfloor. You can see you had tile on the floor or coverings?
No, the floor he's showing is actually in the, I think it's a dining room floor.
Okay. And was
Yeah,
that the condition of the
dining
floor
room.
when they moved in?
No, it wasn't. She had dogs living in my house.
So
She
what
had
did
like
that do
4
with the floor?
dogs in the house.
And they ripped the floor up?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Let's move on. So when would
So
you?
basically.
No, I'm asking the questions.
Oh,
We're asking a
sorry.
question.
Sorry.
When
I'm
did
sorry.
you plan to have all the repairs done?
Right, are we talking about right now?
I want to know, you got the violation notice. When do you plan to have the repairs done?
I just got possession of my property in January. So I've been working on fixing them. And I even told the inspector yesterday, when the inspector came to my property, I had some plumbers there. I was at work. So once he came, the maintenance guy, Abe, called me. He's like, there's a guy from LNI inspection. And then inspector started yelling at me. I can't believe you have tenants in the house. You're supposed to even have this house inspected before your court case tomorrow. And I was like, listen, I'm working on it. I'm fixing the violations. Then he storms off. So that's why I'm finding it hard to believe that he's telling me I have tenants in the house when he did not even inspect. He just said he did not
Okay.
enter the.
Ms. Cosar, you have the opportunity to put things on the record, which you have. And what you're saying is that you do not have tenants in the building now, correct?
No.
And you are living in the building, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have another
And
Philadelphia address?
I'm fixing.
No,
I'm
you didn't
fixing
listen
the
to my
property.
question. Ma'am, you aren't listening. You're talking, you're not listening.
I'm
Do
sorry.
you have another Philadelphia address?
Yes, I do.
What's your other Philadelphia address?
My other address is 6340 Sherwood Road.
Okay, 63. And who lives in that location?
That I'm getting ready to sell it.
Who lives in that location?
Oh, I have a tenant who's moving out, so I'll be selling it.
Do you have a rental license for that location?
No.
Okay. All right, thank you. Anyone else have any questions?
Just wanted to ask the address, who lives at 5436 Woodbine Avenue?
No, that's my sister's address. So I had it sent to my sister to make sure I get any correspondences. Because at the time I filed the appeal, the tenant was still in the house.
That's
at
fine. You
5607.
explained, this is your sister's address. You didn't live
Yes,
at,
it's,
you
yes,
didn't
it's
live
my
at that
sister's.
address.
Yes, it's my sister's address.
Okay. Any other issues? Any other questions from anyone?
So all I'm asking, oh, sorry.
Okay,
I'm asking-
yes, ma'am. Final comments, then we'll ask Ms. Reinhardt to give closing, then we'll vote, okay?
all I'm asking for is time to fix the violations, which I'm doing, because I just got possession of my property in January. I had someone there who was not allowing me access into my property. And that's what she did to me.
Then you
So she
understand though
wouldn't pay.
that you
Yeah.
were collecting rent illegally because you didn't have a
No,
license?
no, she did not pay rent. She lived in my house
Oh,
for free. Exactly. And she used the
did you take her to
violations to
court?
block me.
Did you
Yeah,
take
so
her
I
to court?
couldn't take her to court. And she used LNI.
Wait a minute. Ms. Quesada, why couldn't you take her to court?
Because I didn't have a rental license. So in order to
Oh.
kick her out, you need a rental license. And I
Yes.
couldn't get a rental license because I have all these violations from LNI.
Correct.
I couldn't fix the violations because she was refusing me entry into my property. So I
And
was
you,
at her mercy.
okay, Ms. Quesada, you've
So she
also
lived
just
in my house
testified.
for 13 months for free.
Ms. Quesada, you've also testified that you have another property that's rented out and you don't have a license
Yes.
for. And
Yes.
so that's a pattern, it appears, that you rent property without appropriate license.
No, I do have licenses,
You
but
just
since
testified that you
the-
don't have a license for that rental property that you.
for
currently-
that one, yes, it's expired, but
Okay.
that's what I'm
So
going
that's
to.
there's at least two properties for which you rented without a proper license for which you had accepted rent payments for. Okay. Any other comments anyone like to make? Ms. Reinhardt, do you have any closing argument?
Yes, I'd just briefly like to request city affirm based on the fact that the notice was sent to the correct address that Ms. Kassar requested that correspondence be sent to. The department properly followed up with these violations and attempted to re-inspect the property several times. And her testimony that the violations remain even today after again, this appeal was filed about 2 months late, but this appeal was filed March 9th, 2022, and we are now at February 28th, 2023. So it's approximately 1 year later. And she also provided that she has had possession of this property for, I believe she said sometime in January, which would be at least a month. And the violations still exist, are uncorrected, and it doesn't sound like there's a specific plan in order to have them corrected.
Okay.
Can I please?
Yes, ma'am, please.
Yes, like I said, I'm in the process of fixing them. Apart from the violations, she destroyed my property. So I've been fixing it gradually. So that's why I need a little bit more time in order to bring everything. I've already fixed a lot of the stuff, but I still have some ways to go.
Okay. Thank you very much. I would advise you, regardless of what the vote turns out to be today, that you stay in touch with the inspector and when you
Can I please?
No,
Can
I'm
I
not
please?
finished speaking. I didn't finish speaking.
Sorry.
As you comply with various aspects of the violation, you should call the inspector to ask for an inspection. The desire is to have compliance so that we have quality housing, not to punish
Yeah.
anyone, but to have compliance.
Yes.
What else did you want to
Please.
say, please?
Please, I would like a different inspector, someone who's more objective, because I think he's biased. He's spoken
Okay.
to me times on the phone, and it's always been nasty. And I think it's gotten personal. So I would like a neutral and a different inspector
So
to
what you should
work with
do,
me on this.
I
Yeah.
was, and Miss Reinhardt, you may be able to help me, but I suspect you probably should check in with the department, with the district manager, and make your request known to the district manager.
Yes, okay,
Okay.
okay.
All right. Anyone else have anything before we call this matter for a vote? Okay, just one moment. Regarding HA 2022-001321, 5607 Winfield Avenue, Sausan, Sausan, Kassar, Kassar, City affirmed.
City affirmed.
City affirmed.
City affirmed.
City affirmed.
Ms. Kassar, the vote, as you note, as you listen, is city affirmed. You may appeal our decision. Check with the office. They can give you information as to how to appeal the decision of the board. Understood?
Yes,
Okay, thank you. Have a good day.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, what's next?
Case number 27. Hearing appeal number HA 2022-001-127, 4425 Wingate Street. Michael Swizwicki.
Okay, who's handling this matter?
Good afternoon, board members, or I guess it's unfortunately good evening now.
Good
But
evening.
this is Michael Rullo, RULLO, on behalf of the city of Philadelphia.
Thank you. And is anyone present representing Mr. Michael Swiznicki? And I'm pronouncing it completely wrong. Okay, can we mute him, please? He's muted. Just be patient with us, sir. We're having some technical problems here. There you go. Sir, would
Good
you
evening,
identify
board
yourself?
members.
Would you identify yourself, please?
My name is Michał Szewczyk.
Okay, Mia Shutchik. On the screen, we have Michael. Is that the same?
It's the same, yeah, Michael.
Okay, would you give us the English pronunciation of your name so that we can follow? Keep the
So
record.
it's Michael Szewczyk.
Oh, Shutchik, okay. And how are you connected with this property?
So I was the general contractor on the property.
Okay. And the violation, is it for you personally or for your construction company?
For me personally, I understand.
Okay, we'll need to work through that.
That's
Mr. Rulo,
correct.
is that the
That's
case?
That's correct, board members.
Okay. All right, would you raise your right hand, sir, so that you may be sworn? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give today be the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, Mr. Rulo.
Good evening again, board members. As a preliminary matter, I'm about to call Supervisor Joseph Mahaffey to testify in this matter, but due to another obligation, he actually needs to be excused if possible, well, not possible, but by 5:30. So if possible, could we go through his testimony and then dismiss him if this case is going to be proceeding towards 5:30?
Well, we may need to continue things if there's cross-examination or questions of.
I will
So I
endeavor to
can't
be as
control
quick.
that.
I will endeavor to be as quickly as possible, but if we are
Okay.
able to complete both his direct and cross, I would just ask that we be able to dismiss him for the remainder of the case, should that be
We
necessary.
will do what we can.
Thank you. If I could ask Supervisor Mahaffey to be sworn in, please.
Yes, sir. Mr. Mahaffey, two things. Unmute yourself. And also take off your hat, please. You're in court.
Okay.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you give today be the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
All right, thank you. You can place your hand now.
Good evening, Supervisor. Can you please explain your role with the Department of License and Inspections?
I am the supervisor for the Audits and Investigations Unit.
And in that role, what do your responsibilities include?
My roles is to monitor and supervise inspectors who perform audits for licensing requirements at construction sites.
Okay.
I also review the inspector's work prior to violations being issued.
And so you are familiar, very familiar with licensing violation notices, correct?
Yes.
And are you familiar with the licensing violation notice for the appellant in this matter?
Yes.
With the board's permission, I'd like to display my screen.
Yes, please.
Pardon. Supervisor, can you see a document that has a preliminarily marked City Exhibit A?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm going to move down to the first page of this document. What is this document?
This is the licensing violation notice.
And what is the date of this
Excuse me,
notice?
Mr. Chair, excuse me.
Yes, sir.
Could y'all zoom in on that a little bit?
Yeah, just magnify it a bit. Okay, there we go. I think
Thank
that's
you.
better. Yeah, thank you.
Is that better?
Yes, yes, thank you.
You're welcome. Supervisor, what is the date of this notice?
The date on this notice is February 18th, 2022.
And what was the property where the violations were observed?
4425 Wingate Street. Philadelphia, PA.
And then moving down to here, what were the licensing violation notices in this matter?
The auto insurance policy on file for their on the license was expired. And they hired an unlicensed subcontractor.
And moving down, I'm going to go to city, what has been preliminarily marked as City Exhibit B. What is this document?
This is a document that is sent out by our research team when we conduct an audit. If the subcontractor list was not uploaded to the permit, or if we feel that there are subcontractors on site that are not on the permit, we will send this document out to the general contractor to disclose information about the construction activity, subcontractors, possibly contracts, depending on the nature of the audit.
Okay. And in this instance, am I correct that there was no subcontractor list that was uploaded at the time that work began?
That is correct.
And I'm going to move down to what now has been marked as preliminarily marked as City Exhibit C. I'm going to zoom out for a second so we can see the fuller image. What is this an image of?
This is the image of a house under construction, actually an addition.
And what is the date of this photograph?
January 18th, 2022.
And then moving to this, this is a second image of this. And what's the date of this photo?
February 11th, 2022.
And both of these photos were taken prior to the uploading of the subcontractor list, correct?
Correct.
And I'm going to move down now to what has been marked as City Exhibit D. What is this document?
This is the subcontractor list. This is the document we send out and we ask for the contractors to fill in, and it'll disclose all the information as you see there for our subcontractors.
Okay, and I'm going to zoom in on this document now a little bit further here. At the top here, there is the first two rows. What is the subcontractor that's listed?
It's Wheeler One or Weller One Construction.
And did Wheeler One possess a contractor's license at the time?
Their license had expired on October 4th of 2021.
And if we
So
go
that
over,
would be yes. So it
pardon.
was actually the day before.
Okay. And then if we move up here to the top right, what is the identified work commencement date for this contractor?
10/10 and 10/21.
Okay. And does Weller One have an active contractor's license at the time?
They did not have one at the time, and they still do not have an active contractor license.
So the subcontractor list that was uploaded demonstrates that there is a contractor operating at the site without a valid license this time.
That is correct.
And then moving to the question of the insurance. So is there an active insurance document for this property now?
Now there is.
And when was that uploaded?
The upload on that was after, well after, I believe it was like possibly 2 months after the audit was conducted.
And the audit was, again, the violation notice was sent out in February 18th of 2022, I believe is what we just discussed.
Yeah, we conducted the audit. We began the audit on January 18th, and the violation went out on the 17th. And the insurance was uploaded, I believe, March 20th, 22nd of 2022, which is about 2 months afterwards.
Okay, and if I go down
It's
to,
uploaded to the license.
okay, and if I go down to Exhibit E here, what has been preliminarily marked Exhibit E here, is that certificate, the certificate of liability insurance that we just discussed?
Yes.
All right, so just to be, clear on this, so we have one violation here for an unlicensed contractor, and that is relating to Weller One, correct?
Correct.
And that entity still does not have a valid contractor's license.
Correct.
And then we issued the department issued the second violation for lack of the insurance information in February of 2022, and there was no record of the insurance uploaded until March of 2022.
That is correct.
That concludes my questions for Supervisor Mahaffey.
Okay, Mrs. Sturgill, do you have any questions of the supervisor based on his testimony?
No, I do not.
Okay, thank you. Any other witnesses, Mr. Rulo?
No, I do not.
Okay, Mr. Squizzy, your opportunity now to tell us your understanding of what's going on.
Okay, so the Weller one, this guy, he's a big guy. He does a lot of work in Philadelphia. I was not aware that his license was expired. He did assure me that he has a license. And when I even approached him after I received an email to give me, his updated information, because I was able to check him on, Eclipse site for his license, and he did, his license showed me at that point that was expired. He did assure me that his license is not expired. Well, I guess I should do, my homework little better than that. But like I said, he does a lot of work, and I thought he's legit. When it comes to insurance, as you can see on the document there, the insurance was, I had my auto insurance since, I have it all the time. I pay and everything. So it shows on the insurance, auto insurance, it's December 9, 2021, and it's good until June 9, 2022. Also with my contractor insurance, that one shows at February 23, 2022, and it's good for 1 year.
Well, now, did you share that information or proof to the AIU unit, to the supervisor?
No, because when I did receive an email, the first email that I'm going through an audit, I thought it's only for subcontractors, and Eclipse was new to me. That was my first job in Philadelphia. I do a lot of work in Bucks County, not in Philadelphia. So, I was not maybe 100% operative on the Eclipse system yet. It just somehow went, through my fingers. I didn't catch it on time that I need to upload that.
Now,
but the insurance I had.
Now, did you ever provide evidence that you had insurance at the time of the audit?
No, I did not, because I thought when it was uploaded that was kind of automatically assuring whoever was checking me that I had insurance at all the time.
Okay. All right, thank you. Anything else?
No, I just want to say, I apologize for inconvenience, and like I said, the insurance thing, I had it, and then he basically just lied to me. So
And so your defense is that you did have evidence that you didn't share, and the other violation, the contractor, your subcontractor lied to you. The other thing, I believe, you didn't submit the list of subcontractors until the job was done. Is that correct?
That's correct, because again, when I started the whole project, not to say anything, but our family was going through heavy COVID case, and the whole thing was rolling, and it just somehow I didn't upload that information until I get the audit notice, and then I started reading about it, and I did do everything at that point.
Was that the only job you were doing in Philadelphia at the time?
Correct.
Do you have other jobs now in Philadelphia?
No, I do not.
Okay, all right, thank you. Anything else from anyone?
No, thank you.
Okay, any other questions? The board members are muted, Mr. Wade. If you could unmute them, please.
I have no questions,
yes.
Mr. Chair.
Okay, any other questions from anyone? Okay. All right, thank you. Mr. Rulo, any final comments? And I guess, Mr. Rulo, of course, that I have the, and maybe it's to the supervisor. Sir, the issue of the auto insurance, how did you determine that he didn't have coverage?
We go into the license, we can look at the documents that are required to be submitted to the license. And they are required to maintain their insurance information. So even though there may not be a lapse in insurance coverage, there was a lapse in the information that they're required to keep provided on their license, i.e. proof to the city of Philadelphia that they are maintaining that insurance.
And that means the contractor has to upload certain documents. Is that how that's done?
Yes, yes, periodically whenever their insurance coverage lapses, and there is when they upload their document, it is timestamped. So that's when that's when I was able to, my inspector, and then I double checked on it, was that at the time that the audit was performed, there was not valid insurance information provided.
Okay, and the violations, the dollar amounts involved in the violations are based on the violations that you find at the time, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Anything else from anyone? Mr. Rulo, you have any final comment, any final argument?
Yes, I will be brief. First off, I will just say that I think we probably all appreciate the appellant's candor here in the hearing today. So I would just like to note that. But I think ultimately, when we come back to the technical issue that's before the board, we've established that there was an unlicensed contractor that was operating at the property, and two, that the required insurance certificate had not been uploaded as required with the Department of Licenses and Inspections. And I completely understand that the appellant was, it sounds like, very new to the process in Philadelphia. But as I know, the board members also understand, for kind of protecting the citizens of Philadelphia, we do hold contractors to a higher standard. And so in this instance, the city is going to be requesting a city affirm for this notice of violation on both of the violations that were issued.
Okay, thank you very much. Alrighty, we will then poll the board on HA-2022-001127, 4425 Wingate Street, Michael Switzer, and I will spell that as SZEWCZYK. City affirmed.
City affirmed.
City affirmed.
City affirmed.
City affirmed.
Thank you. Sir, the vote, as you noted, as you can tell, is city affirmed. Your appeal is failed. You can appeal our decision. If you choose to do that, check with the office. They can give you information as to how you would appeal the decision. You will also see that in the letter that will be sent to you with today's decision. Thank
Okay,
you.
and that,
Chairman, if the appellant would like, he can reach out to me and we can discuss potential resolution of this matter. My email address is just my first name, last name @phila.gov. And my spelling of my name is correctly listed on the screen here.
Okay.
okay.
All right.
Thank
Thank you. Okay. All right. Let's move on.
And
Mr. Coffey, take care.
members, that completes my business before the board today. May I please be excused?
Yes, sir. Have a good afternoon. Have a good
Thank
evening.
you.
Case number 28, hearing appeal
28.
number HA 2022 002001, 918 Wharton Street, Helen Chung.
Thank you. Who's representing the city?
Good afternoon. We actually have a request for number 34 to be heard before number 28. I apologize for this late request.
What is the reasoning?
The reason is availability, briefly.
Okay, so you're asking for us to hold 28 in abeyance and come back to it?
Yes, yes, I believe it should just take a couple minutes.
Okay. All right, then, Mr. Wade, let's do that.
Case number 34, hearing appeal number HA 2022 001777, 31 North 3rd Street, Victor Gordon.
Okay. And Ms. Reinhardt, you representing the owner of the city's interest in this property?
I am, yes.
And Victor Gordon. Victor Gordon.
You're
Is there
muted,
Victor
sir.
Gordon? Oh, okay.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you now. Mr.
Okay.
Gordon, would you raise your right hand so that you may be sworn?
Yes, sir.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give today be the truth so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. You place your hand down. Mr. Gordon, what is your relationship to this property?
It's mine.
Is your name the only name on the deed?
Yes.
Okay, all right, thank you. Ms. Reinhardt?
Thank you. I'd like to call Inspector Mark Crawford.
Okay, Mr. Crawford, you present? Yes. Just raise your right hand, sir, so you may be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give today be the truth so help you God? All right, thank you. Mr. Crawford, what you may need to do is get closer to your microphone because we can barely hear your response. Thank you. Ms. Reinhardt?
Thank you. Inspector, can you please introduce yourself for the record? Inspector, are you able to hear me okay?
Can you hear me now, everyone?
Oh, yes.
Good evening. All.
Oh, the
Inspector
court
Mark
reporter is indicating no.
No, there's an echo or something. It seems that you're sitting higher. Can you either raise the height of the laptop or lower your seat so that you're closer to the speaker itself?
I would also ask if there are maybe any electronic devices such as
I'm
cell
the last one
phones.
here in the building, so it's just me, so I don't know. Is that better?
No.
I'm at a 100% on the. Let's see something.
There's a terrible echo.
Maybe he has an iPhone that's on as well as his.
No, I'm the only one here. I'm in an all type one.
Is your telephone turned off? Or turn your telephone off?
Everything's off, gentlemen.
Okay.
Well, can you set them off of the desk so that they are possibly farther away from the computer?
Is that better? Can you hear me now?
Okay, no,
A
it's
little
not very
better.
good. Just one moment. Mr. Wade, do we have an IT person handy?
We could probably ask him to call into one of the cell phones. So
Let me-
that we can get a clear.
Let me put him in the waiting room and bring him back in first. Sometimes that. Mark, I'm just gonna put you in the waiting room, then rejoin, okay?
No problem.
You get that prompt, Mark?
You want me to join it?
Join there, and then I'm gonna bring you right back in.
Gotcha. So, you want to hear me now?
Yes, thank you.
That's better. Okay, Ms. Reinhardt?
Thank you. Inspector, can you please introduce yourself for the record?
Yes, Inspector Mark Crawford, City of Philadelphia License and Inspections, Code Enforcement Inspector, Central East Division.
And how long have you worked for the department?
Since January 2013,
And what are your duties?
to enforce city codes and ordinances.
Okay, I am going to, with the chair's permission, share my screen.
Yes.
I am sharing what has been previously marked City Exhibit 1. Are you able to see this on your screen?
I am, yes.
I am showing the city record for the Office of Property Assessment for 31 North 3rd Street. Are you able to see, are you familiar with this?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Is this the information that the department uses in order to communicate with the owner?
Yes, this is one of the avenues we use, the OPA, yes.
Okay. And it also indicates on approximately the middle of the screen that the sale date for this property was in 1985.
Does.
Okay. I'm going to what has been previously marked City Exhibit 2. This is a notice of violation and order to correct dated March 15th, 2022. What are we looking at here?
So as stated, this is our notice of violations that we send out to owners and occupants of properties where we cite violations that we note on site.
And it appears that this was sent to the record owner. Can you tell us what the violations are?
Yes, the first one is in reference to the maintenance of the fire protection systems, whether it be fire alarms, sprinkler, or standpipes. It states that maintenance and fire protection systems are required. Reports from the contractors are to show that the system is still functioning, although the property is vacant.
Okay, and it appears that there were a couple other additional violations as well.
Yes, the next one addresses the address identification, which should be on each property, so the fire department can make swift identification of, or EMS systems can make swift identification of properties in the event of emergencies. The next one was to clear all trash and debris on the property or the vacant structure. And lastly, the owner is to obtain a vacant property license.
Were you the person who conducted this initial inspection?
Yes, I was.
Okay. Did you enter the property?
No, because this property was vacant at the time of the inspection.
Did you make an attempt to contact the owner?
What happens in our vacant property assessment program, we go out to see the current condition of the property. We cite if there's we check to see if there's a vacant property license on file, which it wasn't currently. In order that the notice gets sent to the owner in a timely fashion, we send our vacant property violations to our research team so that they can provide the most current information to reach the owner for the property, because it would make no sense to send a violation to a vacant structure where no one's there.
Okay. Moving on, or rather, I'm just going to go back for a moment. This initial notice of violation was sent to 209 Bayberry Drive in Chester Springs. Is that the same address that the OPA has on record for the owner's address?
That is correct.
Okay.
Could you go back to that for a moment, Ms. Reinhardt? I didn't see that address there.
Mm-hmm.
If you're.
Oh, I see. I
Okay.
see. Thank you.
Going back to Exhibit 2, there's a second notice of violation with the same date that was sent to 1640 Oakwood Drive, Penway, Pennsylvania. Inspector, why would there be a second notice of violation sent to a different address?
And as stated, the property was vacant at the time. So to be sure that the owner got due process and received the paperwork, I asked for our research team to provide updated owner contact information so that the violation can be sent to them. And whatever addresses that they are able to find, they then subsequently send those orders out to that information that they found out through research.
Okay, moving on to Exhibit 3. This is a final notice of violation dated June 23rd, 2022. I apologize for being tongue-tied. Did you conduct the underlying inspection for this?
I did, yes.
Okay, and what did you find?
So subsequent visits showed that there was the identification sign was installed on the front of the property on my next visit. I'm sorry, not this visit. I just did one recently. So on 6/23, I'm sorry, I'm ahead of myself. On 6/23, the remaining violations were the original fire safety inspection certifications and the address identification sign remained.
Okay.
Mhm.
And this notice was sent to both addresses, correct?
That's correct.
Moving on to what has been previously marked Exhibit 4. This is a series of photographs of the property. Did you take these photographs?
I did, yes.
Okay, in photograph 1, what are we looking at?
So we're looking at the upper floors of the exterior front of the property.
And this appears to be dated March 12th, 2022.
That's correct. Mhm.
Moving to the second property, or I apologize, that's one.
Yeah, it's like a split screen, something's going on.
Yeah, it is one long photograph. Fair to say, this is not a second photograph under the windows.
Yes, this is still all part of that one photo taken. This is just to try to show on angle how many floors there was and subsequent, first floors. I think it's 3 or 4 floors there,
Okay. And then the next photograph,
Sorry.
it appears to be dated June 22nd, 2022.
That's correct, yes.
Can you tell us how many floors there are?
There's 4 floors observed at time of inspection there.
And just to understand, was this a historical property, meaning that it was built prior to, do you recall whether this was built prior to fire
Ms.
suppression
Reinhardt?
system certifications?
Ms. Reinhardt, I'm going to ask you to reframe that question, because you really are you asking him if this is historically certified or architecturally significant? Or
I
you
can-
just want to know the date of construction.
I can rephrase.
Okay.
Actually, I'll go through the pictures and then I'll circle back.
Okay.
So the third photograph in this collection is dated September 6th, 2022. What are we looking at here?
And once again, it's just a front angle of the front, a front picture of the angled picture of the sited property.
Fair to say you were returning to this property in order to check on the status of the violations for each of these photographs?
Correct, yes.
Okay. And then what is the last photograph?
Just to show that the address identification had been installed on the front of the property, 31.
What is the current status of these violations?
Everything remains. There are 2 violations remaining on this property. The 2 violations remaining is the obtaining the vacant property license and to provide any documentation or certification of fire safety systems.
If the property had a vacant property license, would it need an operational fire suppression system?
So this property, I never did an interior inspection. They are required to have a vacant property license that's not on file. And I can never confirm that there was an operational fire alarm installed within this property or suppression system installed within the property. The owner never contacted me or reached out to me via email or phone call stating, "Inspector, we do not have this type of system in our building." I can open the building up to show you this. So that's where we stand currently with regards to the fire safety certification.
If specifically, if the owner obtained the vacant property license, would they still need an operational fire suppression system?
It would, now remember, this is an existing building, so it would be on that current code, building standard code that was issued to, which I'm not aware of at that time. However, if they're to get current zoning, or changing the use of this property, yes, all of these things will come into play.
Just very specifically, if they're not changing the use of anything, if they just obtained the vacant property license, would they have to have a working fire suppression system if the code that they last performed work under did not require it.
Rephrase that one more time. You said the code that they last required.
If the last code that they performed work under for this property did not require a fire suppression system, if they obtained just a vacant property license, would they need a working fire suppression system?
No.
But you have not been able to ascertain whether, or rather, there is no vacant property license on file, correct?
That's correct.
And you have no information regarding whether there is a fire suppression system present or when work was last performed.
That's correct.
Okay. What type of property would you consider this?
It's zoned as commercial mixed use. I looked under the Atlas app to see what was currently zoned for. So it's zoned as commercial mixed use, but keep in mind this property is vacant. So like I said, I have not done an interior inspection to really see the full magnitude of the property. And there is a building case on this property as well for structural issues.
Okay.
Just want to make the board aware of that as well.
What are the things that you observed that lead you to believe that this property is vacant?
Can we circle back to the photos if possible, so that everyone can see what? Are you okay with this, board members?
Work through your attorney. She will give you direction.
I am pulling up those photographs now. Let me know whether to scroll up.
Please scroll up. I'm trying to find the one. There we are. That's fine, Solicitor Reinhardt. If you are able to, do you see the yellow posting on the right-hand side of the building?
On the first floor?
Yes.
Yes,
Are you able to zoom this any closer?
I can try.
Yes. So it's tattered and torn and weathered, but that's an building department, City of Philadelphia building inspector, unfit structure posting.
And it's your opinion that from the presence of this in conjunction with the lack of activity, and it sounds like overall condition of the property is what led you to believe that this is vacant?
That's correct.
Okay. And just for the record, we were zooming into the picture dated 6/22/22. I have no further questions for this witness.
Okay, Mr. Gordon, do you have any questions of the inspector based on his testimony?
Yes. What is your background for building inspections? What's your education as far as?
Mr. Gordon?
Yes.
Your question should be related to his testimony.
Oh, I'm going to get to that.
But you're going to go to it right now. So please zoom in on that, okay? Because otherwise we'll move on.
Okay. Most of the things.
You have to ask a question.
Well, I would like to give testimony. I'll get past the
Okay,
question.
I'll tell you what we can do.
The
No,
one
no, no.
question,
Okay.
the one question I had was his credentials, because almost everything he said is wrong.
Okay, well, that's what you can do is in your testimony, you can offer challenges to whatever was said by someone else.
Okay.
But it's not up to you at this moment to try to qualify the witness. He's
Okay.
already. he's on the
No problem.
record.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
I apologize.
Ms. Reinhardt, do you have any other witnesses?
No further witnesses. but I would like
Okay.
to just submit the exhibits referenced into the record.
Okay, as accepted. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Gordon, it's your turn to give us your testimony.
Okay, is this where I can ask him his qualifications?
No,
or-
this is where you get to testify as to what your
Okay.
understanding of the facts are.
Okay, when I responded to the violation, first of all, let's go back to the addresses. I never got a letter that I lived at 1640 Oakwood Drive. I'm here. The other address is not mine. And I did not even get a violation at 1640 Oakwood Drive. When I was, one of the days I was there at the building, which is frequently, I saw the unsafe notice on the building. So then I appealed, and in the appeal, I stated many things that were wrong with the violations. For one, there was a violation for maintenance of the sprinkling system. You can't maintain something that doesn't exist. My building
Right.
doesn't have a sprinkling system.
Okay,
It wasn't required. It's grandfathered in from ages ago.
did you respond? Did you respond to the inspector?
I responded on the appeal. I
No,
stated-
before the appeal, did you call them up and say, look, you guys got it wrong, this is the circumstance? Did you do that?
Well, there were so many things wrong that I just appealed it.
Well, you could, do you think you could have avoided the appeal process by just calling the inspector and say, hey, this is the circumstance?
I guess I could have. I just didn't
Yeah.
think of. I was
Yeah,
just
that-
I was just overwhelmed.
Okay.
And
All right.
I didn't think of it.
What else do you,
Because it said on the paper, if you have, if you don't agree with it, you appeal it.
okay,
So
what else do you have?
I thought I was doing the right
Excuse
thing.
me, Mr. Gordon, it
Yeah.
also says on the paper, the name of the inspector and a phone number to call. When you get your first violation of the violation notice, it informs you who the inspector is and gives you a phone number.
I
You could
didn't,
also call that number and try to discuss this matter, could you
I
not?
didn't get the first papers because it wasn't sent to me.
Well, you also have a duty to notify the city and the Department of Licenses of Inspection what's the proper mailing address. And if the address isn't the one that's shown in the city records, you have to let them know that you've got a different address. Did you ever do that?
They have, I get my tax bills, I get my use and occupancy.
Did you ever notify the Department of Licenses and Inspections regarding the proper address for any notifications regarding this property on 3rd Street?
I didn't call license inspections, but I get my tax bills. City has my correct address.
All right, so the answer is no.
I wouldn't think to do it. I didn't know they
That's
had the wrong.
all, you've answered my question. The
Well,
answer is no.
I'd like to expand on it. I didn't know that they had the wrong address because I didn't get the bill. I mean, I didn't
Okay.
get the violations.
Excuse me, Mr. Gordon, just a quick question.
Yes,
Said your address is 1640 Oakwood Drive,
correct.
and you received the notice on March the 15th, 2022, informing you of these violations?
The first time I was aware of it. Now I have.
Did you receive a notice
Not that
at
I'm aware.
1640 Oakwood Drive on
The
March
first
the
time-
15th, 2022?
Can I answer? The first time I was aware of it was seeing the thing on the building, the unsafe thing. I have.
But the unsafe thing is not related to this violation. That's a different violation. There's a written notice regarding the fire issues and the license, the address, etc. That's what he's referencing.
Okay, I don't recall. I have, I don't have much of a memory. I have a lot of cancer treatment and it's affected my memory. But when I got the violation in the mail, I appealed it.
Okay. All right, Mr. Gordon, how long have you owned that building on 3rd Street?
oh, I don't know, 87 or something like that, or
Do you own other property in Philadelphia?
I do.
Approximately how many buildings?
I own a few more.
What's a few?
I own 13 North Third, 15 North Third.
That's two.
Yes,
Okay, so you own two other buildings. Now,
Yes.
are you the agent? Do you have an agent for you that represents your interest in those buildings in Philadelphia?
there is an agent. She has a sign in the window.
Okay, she should be the person who's able to respond to LNI, anyone else that has a problem with your buildings, correct?
I guess if she was informed,
Okay, have you shared that information with the department, who your agent happens to be?
no.
Okay, you're supposed to do that. If you own buildings and you are not a resident, you should have identified a local agent who can represent your interests and respond to phone calls for emergencies and that sort of thing.
Well, I'm local. I mean, I'm there.
No, you don't reside in Philadelphia. You reside in a different locale.
I'm 10 minutes from Philadelphia.
Doesn't matter. The point is, we need a Philadelphia person. That's what the code says. But, okay, let's, anything else you want to share?
Excuse me, I'd like to continue.
Yes, there's a
Mr.
lot more.
Chair.
Yes,
Mr.
sir.
Okay, Mr. Gordon,
Yes,
have you let the inspector into your building at all?
he never,
Because one of your arguments is that he hasn't been in your building, so therefore he don't know whether there's any type of fires. I mean,
no, that wasn't an argument. The sprinkler system is in a building next door. He got the address wrong. And
but did you allow him into
no, he never
your
asked.
building?
He
in your
never
building?
asked. He never asked. He never contacted me. He never asked. Okay, that's first of all. Second of all,
Okay, did you obtain a vacant property license for the property?
the property is not vacant.
Who lives there?
Nobody lives there. It's not a,
Okay,
it's not a,
is there a business running out of there?
excuse me, can I finish the sentence? You keep
Said it's not
interrupting me.
vacant.
You keep interrupting me. I
Okay,
can't
Mr.
finish the
Gordon,
sentence. Yes.
Mr. Gordon, pay attention and give us direct answers, okay? The question is there any business operating in the business now?
There was, and my inventory is still in there. The property's not vacant. I visited at least a couple of days a week, except when I was getting cancer treatment and COVID-19. Other than
Okay.
that,
Well,
I'm
what
there.
kind of evidence or proof do you have that there is activity occurring in the building?
I can provide you, not at this moment, but I can provide you with a city lawyer actually, who's around the corner and who will state that I'm there. I'm there frequently. I have, wait a second. This is a letter from a business around the corner, Stowe's Bar. It
Okay,
says,
Mr. Gordon.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair, that's hearsay. But is it possible,
I have
Mr.
a
Gordon,
letter,
is it possible? Is it
I have a
possible,
letter.
Mr. Gordon?
Okay,
that-
wait, let me do this.
God,
Mr.
I
Gordon.
can't talk. I have a
I
letter.
know, Mr. Gordon, listen to us.
Yeah.
Letters cannot be presented that way. They have to be entered into the record once this is your appeal. So if you had evidence, you were asked to submit your evidence prior to the hearing. You can't do it that way, okay? Now, you can't talk while I'm still speaking. I'm still speaking. You can't speak. Mr. Washington, I'm still speaking, sir.
Okay.
So, Mr. Washington has several questions for you. So we're going to ask him to now ask his questions. So what I ask you to do, just wait till he completes his question, then give him a direct answer. That's all.
Can I just answer your question?
No, not yet, until he asks you a question. When he asks you a question, then you can respond to him. Okay, Mr. Washington, what is your question?
Mr. Gordon, is it possible that you can allow Mr. Crawford to come and inspect your property?
For what purpose?
Because the property needs to be inspected. As far as the city records is concerned, you have a vacant property. And you haven't submitted any documents to get you a vacant property permit.
Okay,
Can
I just answer your question now?
Yes.
I had notice of this meeting an hour and 10 minutes before the allotted time for this hearing. I had no chance to, in advance notice, to get more paperwork together. There was I had no ample time at all. An hour and 15 minutes, and it took me 3/4 of an hour to get onto this. I had to call the city to find out how I had to call the city to find out why I couldn't log on. And they helped me log on. And that was, your meeting was already in progress when that happened. So I had about 15 minutes by the time I could log on, and I only had an hour and 10 minutes before I even had notice. They sent me notice of this meeting an hour and 10 minutes before the meeting was supposed to take place. How can I?
Mr. Chair, it's obvious that he's not going to answer my question. I submit the rest of my time to Mr.
I didn't say.
I do
that-
have a question, Mr. Chair.
Okay, wait, before we move on from that, Mr. Gordon, before we end the hearing, I'll ask Mr. Wade, the board administrator, just to check the record to see when the correspondence was mailed to you and how the department got in touch with you. So we'll be able to come back to you in a minute to.
Can I please?
Well, I want to address this issue before we want to move. I don't want to leave because it's important to note when and how you were notified of today's appeal hearing. Mr. Wade, do you have that handy?
The board notice of hearing was sent out January 24th, 2023 to Victor Gordon at 1640 Oakwood Drive, Unit 306, Penn Valley, PA 19072, as well as an email. I emailed him. He was in response to the city solicitor. I emailed him a copy of the notice that was sent out, as well as today's link.
Okay.
I'm going to say it about 10:30.
I was not noticed in advance of the time and place of the meeting. I was noticed that it would be that it would happen. I'm pulling up it on my phone right now. I'll tell you exactly what time I got notice of this meeting.
Okay, listen, did you receive the letter that he just noted?
No.
You never got the letter?
No, I got two notices on my phone.
Okay.
Okay, one notice was from a woman, and I'll give you her name in a minute, that
For
hearing.
the record, I believe that was me
Okay.
on Friday.
Did you get a response from me about when and where it was going to take place and so forth?
And
Because
I forwarded it to the board, yes.
Okay. I was noticed.
Okay, Mr. Gordon, would you rather continue this meeting so you can get a lawyer to represent you and you can, that may be more appropriate.
I would just like to be allowed to talk and present these papers.
Well, you can't do that. Those are not the rules. That is not how we operate.
Okay, I can photocopy them and email them to you so you have them.
Not, Mr. Gordon, the rule is you have to submit your evidence in advance. So we can continue this case and give you an opportunity to submit all your stuff.
Okay, that would be fine.
And actually, I think it would be good for you to call Mr. Gordon in the interim and to schedule an interview, the inspector, Mr. Crawford, not Mr. Gordon, Mr. Crawford, my apologies. Listen to me, Mr. Gordon. Call Mr. Crawford.
Write some information down.
You should already have it. Call him and schedule an inspection of the interior of your property. Mr. Crawford, that would be helpful if you would do that while this matter is being continued. Now, Mr. Crawford, you also need to determine if in fact a sprinkler system is required in a building of that type. So that's on you to do that, to determine that.
Okay, Mr. Crawford, I need his contact information.
Mr. Gordon, did you not read the notices of violation? They have a phone number in the notices. You've already filed an appeal. You've acknowledged receiving the notices. There's a phone number written right there. It's 215-685-3917. I'll repeat that for you. 215-685-3917.
I have that.
Any copies of just be quiet for a moment.
Okay.
If you received any copies of these violations, which it appears you did because you filed the appeal, this number was there and was available for you to call any day after you received the violation notice. And at least from what I understand in your testimony, you never called that number.
I didn't call because
it had over a year to call that number.
It said if you don't agree with it or something like that, to appeal it. So I appealed it.
I would
Mr.
just like
Chair.
to note that you have copies of the notices of violation in the exhibit packet that I emailed you at the end of last week. So you have that written down as well, just so that you have, you're aware of the copies that are included.
Mr. Chair, if I just make a statement,
Yes.
in reference to the photo and the exhibit, the notice posted on the building that Inspector Crawford pointed out, that is an outstanding violation for a fire that occurred August 21st, 2009. And it's a violation for the building in danger collapse if that unsafe violation is not complied. And at this point, from 2009 to now, Mr. Gordon has not addressed that issue.
Yes,
And
I
it is
did.
clear.
I did address it. It was re-inspected after the repairs were done, and there was no problem. I passed the inspection without any problems.
The
And that should-
inspections
that should be, a-
show that it's still outstanding. I'm just stating what the records of the City of Philadelphia's Department of License Inspection currently shows.
well,
That's all I have, Mr.
that,
Chair.
okay, Department of License Inspection. Because that was totally taken care of and that's with no,
Okay,
no
let's do this.
problems.
I think what we want to do though, I want to get Mr. Crawford inside the building. Ms. Reinhardt, I think that's important. That's an important element of this matter that needs to be dealt with. And so I'm going to exercise prerogative of the chair and continue this hearing until we can have that happen and come back. Okay, and I'm asking Mr. Wade to do this, to reschedule as quickly as possible.
If I may, Mr. Chair,
Yes,
ask Inspector Crawford to notify the inspector assigned to that violation for that unsafe and see if y'all can connect and go on the same day so that they can clarify that violation. Mr. Gordon says it's been corrected, so we can get that building inspector to make sure if it's corrected, we can lift that unsafe for Mr. Gordon. Thank you.
If I may,
I
am
would-
I allowed to speak?
no, Mr. Crawford, you had to speak through your attorney, or she has to ask you to speak.
Could
You're her
I,
witness.
could I ask Inspector Crawford to provide any additional information that would be helpful for the board to consider in this continuance determination?
Yes, Supervisor Muhammad would be the one to address the building inspector to accompany me on the outside for re-inspection. Supervisor Muhammad can direct whatever inspector would be assigned for the building. If that makes
Okay.
any sense.
Mr. Gordon, how about I ask if you you and I connect through email over the course of the next day in order to identify specifically the inspectors that are going to be involved so that you have it in writing. And at that point in time, you'll be able to contact them and provide your availability in order to schedule this. Is that a good solution for everybody?
I have no problem, would like you to do something for me. 2009, when I had the violation, who was the head of the department at that time? Because I spoke directly with him and he sent down an inspector.
I'm going to object here. This is a different.
Okay, he's
matter.
asking you a question. Mr. Gordon, we've continued this. We're going to continue this hearing. And so I need to move on to this final case. We have another person who's sitting here waiting. So this matter, we've gone as far with this as we can for the day.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
would you like a date today, 3:30 or 4:25?
Ms. Reinhardt, which date makes the most sense?
I have no preference.
So as quickly as possible. Make it
3:30.
3:30.
Can I ask for a date, for the date?
Well, the date, the March the 30th, does that work?
Make it 4:25, please, so I have time to go find the head of that department who sent the inspector.
Mr. Gordon?
And
Mr.
passed me.
Gordon? Mr.
Yes.
Gordon, the only thing we're gonna deal with at that time will be this issue of these violations. The whole other matter is not part of our decision.
Oh, okay, because
Okay.
that
And
did
meantime,
that did clear.
You need to
So-
find your paperwork.
so-
We will rehear this, we will resume this hearing in March 30th, okay?
Okay, all right.
Thank you. Let's
Okay.
move on.
May I be excused?
Yes, sir.
I have other.
Yes,
okay.
sir.
Good
Please.
night, everyone.
Good night, Inspector Crawford.
All right.
Okay, Inspector Crawford, you're
Mr. Gordon, we're done. Mr. Gordon, we're done. Okay, let's move on to the next matter.
That brings us back to our final matter, case number 28, hearing appeal number HA 2022 002-001 918 Wharton Street, Helen Chung.
This is
Okay.
Christopher Johnson for the city of Philadelphia.
Mr. Johnson, how are you?
Pretty good. How are you?
Good. Ms. Young, would you raise your right hand so that you may be sworn?
It's Chung, C-H.
Chung. My apologies, Ms. Chung. Do you affirm or swear that the testimony that you give today be the truth so help you God?
I do.
Okay, thank you. Before we begin, let me apologize to you for having to put your case off and bring you back. The evening is late, so our apologies.
Thank
Okay, Mr. Johnson.
Yes, this is related to violations written for the property that's a row home at 918 Wharton Street in Philadelphia. I'm going to call one witness for the Department of L&I. It's Inspector John Chen.
Okay, Inspector Chen.
Yes.
Okay, raise your right hand, please, so that you may be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give today be the truth so help you God?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Place your hand down, Mr. Johnson.
Inspector Chen, can you please tell us where you're employed?
City of Philadelphia, L&I department,
And how long have you been an inspector at L&I?
4 years, going about 4.5 years.
Are you aware of, are you familiar with the property at 918 Wharton Street?
Yes.
And how did you become aware of that property?
I got a complaint that I was investigating that was sent out there.
What was the complaint?
As they'll call the next door at 916, they wasn't able to get access into the shared alleyway.
What is the property at 916 Wharton?
Is a lot right now. They want to do construction, build put a new building there.
Okay, I am going to share my screen with the permission of the board.
Yes.
Okay, I'm showing a picture and I'm gonna ask, can everyone see the picture?
Not yet. Okay.
So, and I'm gonna ask the board to take judicial notice. This is a photograph that was available on Cyclomedia by the city of Philadelphia that was taken back in 2015. Is this which building is 918?
The one you're pointing at right now.
On the right here.
Yes.
And can you identify where the vacant lot is at 916?
16 is on the left next to the building.
Okay. And what's behind this door here?
It's supposed to be an alleyway, but it was enclosed.
I am going to stop sharing and I'm going to share another document. When did you do your inspection at the property?
The last time I was there was when I wrote the case.
So I'm now showing the city's exhibits in the
Mr. Johnson,
case. Yeah.
do we have a date on that inspection?
Well, I'm going to ask him.
Okay.
Can you identify this document that's on the screen, Mr. Chen?
Yes, it's the
And you-
violation that was sent out.
Yeah. So was this the violation that you wrote?
Yes.
And when did you perform your inspection of the property?
Around March 30th.
Can you, if you read the first sentence of the notice, does that help you refresh your recollection?
Yeah, March 29th. On the
Okay, and what year was that?
2022.
What was the violations that you wrote?
I wrote violation for enclosing the easement of the alleyway, and if they did that, they're gonna need permits and zoning.
Now, I'm scrolling down to what's marked as page 3 of the city's exhibits. Did you take this photograph?
Yes,
And what are we looking at in this photograph?
that's at the end of the alleyway where they enclose it.
So to me, it looks like we're looking at a picture of a bunch of concrete. Can you tell us what it should be?
It's supposed to be open. There's none supposed to be there. It's supposed to be open.
And I'm scrolling down to what's marked as page 4 in the city's exhibits. Is this another photograph that you took?
Yes,
And can you tell us, is that the same place where you're saying there should be an alleyway?
yes.
So what is the structure at 918 Wharton?
918 Warren's a single family house.
Okay, it's a single family row house. You're saying that that was not attached to the neighboring structure?
So what was not attached?
Can you say that again, please?
I don't understand what you're saying attached.
So if there was a house next door,
Mhm.
would that be attached or would it be non-attached? Do you know offhand?
We need the,
If there was a structure that had
uh-huh,
a pre-existing structure at 916 Wharton,
yes,
it would have been attached?
would have been attached to,
918.
yeah, it would have been attached to it.
So, but there was supposed to be a passageway in between?
Yes,
Okay. I'm gonna stop sharing these exhibits and I'm gonna, what are you relying on to say that there should be a passageway there?
lying on the, when I was looking, basically I was looking at the whole permit of the plans, approved plans by the city for 916. There was
Right.
a point.
Can I share my screen one more time?
Yes, please.
I'm gonna show these plans. Mr. Chen,
Yes,
I'm showing a set of plans. And is this what you're referring to in the
yes.
the
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 approved
plans you're talking
plan,
about?
yep, approved plan for 916.
So this is a structure that the neighbors are planning on building at
Yes,
916?
yes,
Okay, and where would the shared alley be?
right there where you,
Where I'm putting the
Yeah.
cursor right
Yep.
now at the bottom right-hand corner
yep,
of the structure?
yes,
And does it say it on the plans?
yes, a share alley.
Okay, and I just want to let the record reflect that I'm pointing the cursor right now at some words. Can you read these 3 words,
Yes,
Chen?
share alley.
Okay. Now, where's the property line? If
Right
you go
down,
by these plans, where's the property line between the 2 properties?
almost down the middle of the share alley.
So like where that door would be in the picture I
Yes.
showed before, does
Yes.
that reflect where that door is?
Yes,
Okay. And I'm going to stop the share at this point. I'm going to ask the board to admit those exhibits of the city.
Okay, so admitted, so.
And I have no further questions at this time for Mr. Chen, but I would reserve him for a rebuttal testimony if necessary.
Ms. Hung, do you have any questions of Mr. Chen based on his testimony?
I'm sorry, you're asking me?
Yes, do you have any questions of Mr. Chen based on his testimony?
Uh, The back, well,
If you don't have any questions, that's okay. You can give us your testimony.
I guess my question would be, how do you know that the back is supposed to be sealed off? If there was gonna be another house there at 916, which is not there, why would
I'm
it be
not
sealed in the back?
Hmm?
Or how did you assume, like, why did you assume it would be sealed in the back or should not be sealed in the back?
Because the shared alleys should be able to be accessed by both 1918 and 1916.
But there's been no building at 916 Wharton Street for over 50 years. So the back was sealed off 50 years ago. And I expressed that to you, that I didn't do it, and it's been this way since before I was born. So.
Okay, but I mean, he responded to you. That was his response.
Yeah, but he never replied to me when I asked those questions. He just.
I mean, but today, when you asked him, he responded.
Okay, that it's supposed to be open in the front and open in the
Yeah.
back. Okay,
Okay, all right.
I don't have any other.
I have a question for Mr. Chen.
Okay,
Mr. Chen, and those plans that you just showed me,
Mhm.
are those the plans that were submitted for 16? Because I'm just curious whether that new owner wanted to add a alleyway there when there wasn't any from the beginning. And did you take any pictures where the alleyway is closed off
That was the picture of the alleyway that was closed off.
from the back?
Yes.
No, I'm talking about from the front. In order for the alleyway to be closed off, it has to be closed off from the front and from the back.
yeah, I think Mr. Johnson did show the first photograph. There was a door on the left-hand side there. I believe that's the door to the alleyway. That's the
I could
entrance
share
to-
that photograph again if it would
Yes,
help.
please.
Well,
Ms.
but
Walker.
I'm still curious about how do he know there was a doorway there without looking at those plans?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Mr.
Because there was
Johnson.
a house, if there was a house next to it, that's a shared doorway. That's
Yes.
what I'm Mr. Chen, that's a shared doorway.
That was that's what. Yes.
But the drain goes around the shared doorway from the one side. I'm trying to compare it to the one on the left. I guess that would be 14,
Mhm.
right? And if I follow 14, then that the drainage system will go straight through the shared doorway. Would you agree?
The 14 don't have a shared doorway. 14 and 16 don't have a shared
No,
alleyway.
but you're saying 16 is the shared doorway, right?
Yeah, 16
Between
and
16 and 18, right?
yes.
And I'm just, like I said, I was looking at the drain that's on 14 that goes straight down the property line.
Okay.
Then I look at the one that's on 18 that goes around a new door that was put there.
Okay.
Yeah, I suspect, Mr. Washington, if there was a shared alleyway on the other side of 14, we don't have an image of that. It may be to the left of the 14. I don't know if it is or not, but I'm saying that may be.
And for the record, I could get that photograph if it would help, but that's I think another vacant lot to the left of 14.
No,
Okay.
does yeah.
Mr. Chairman, it does look as though there might be a similar shared alleyway. If you look at the drain at 9, I guess that would be 918. There's one drain that comes down straight and one that also looks
Yes.
similar to the one at
Yeah.
916. So I don't know if that's an alleyway in between there or
It-
not, but it looks like a similar door.
That
For the
appears
record,
to be
is
an
that
alleyway.
is that between 920 and 922?
Correct.
And Mr. Washington, their design, as you see with the downspouts, they connect into the ground itself.
Yeah,
They go
they go straight
around
to the
that
ground.
alleyway and connect into the ground, opposed to going out on the sidewalk for that specific purpose.
Mr.
Okay.
Tennant, since you've probably inspected one or two properties over the years, it's my recollection those kinds of alleyways were either for access for being able to bring garbage or slop outside, or to get access to an outhouse that might have been at the rear of the properties when they were built 100 and some years ago.
That's correct for both for slop from when they had hogs and things, and then for garbage as the years progressed. But they are, as it says, they are a shared alleyway. My question to Mr. Chen, and this may be specific to the point of Ms. Chong's concerns, has the zoning changed? Because that's what really affects. Has the zoning changed for that vacant lot, as Ms. Chen says, that it's been there vacant for 50 years? Is it still zoned as a residential use?
Yes, it's, as
Okay,
I can
so-
tell, it is.
Yes, so they left it that way, Ms. Chong, and no zoning change with the hopes, or just in the event they build more residents, then that is required to be there, because no zoning changed that.
Let's get back then
Yes.
to Ms. Washington. Before we move on, I want to make sure that you had your question answered. Ms. Washington?
I guess I'm still confused, because when I look at the picture, for the back wall, I don't see anywhere that there could be a shared alleyway. You know, and I know it's not a 50-year-old picture, but even when the city tore down properties, they had to put waterproofing and all that around. And I see that it's the separation from the wall to where the shared alleyway is.
Well, let's get Ms. Chong's testimony in the record. She may be able to help us with that.
Okay.
She lives there. So Ms. Chong, let's move to you then. In this instance, I just want to affirm, are you the owner of the property?
I am.
Is your name the only name on the deed?
No, it's my name and my brother's name.
Or is it owned in partnership, or is there LLC or something?
No, it was just left to me and my brother.
Tenants in common? Was
I don't know. We're both listed as homeowners.
Okay,
We're
just before
owners
we-
of the building.
Yeah, before we proceed, Mr. McSherry, do we have any issues with standing or ownership here?
I don't see any immediate issues with standing. I think it's okay to proceed.
Okay, all right. Sean, this is your appeal hearing, so share with us your understanding of what's going on.
I think it's a very interesting situation because of the vacant lot, or what was at 916 Wharton Street, being that it was demolished so long ago, and being that lot had been vacant for so long. It's a very skinny space, so I don't think any developers were really interested in it over the years. And then this one developer wants to come in and build, but the shared alleyway is there, and I think that either they're trying to build and get rid of it, or I don't know. It's been standing for as long as, like, I asked my mom, I asked my uncle, anybody who's still alive who will remember. And according to them, you know, the alleyway's always been there. It's always had a door on the front. In fact, my uncle said when he bought the house, they gave him a key to the lock that was already on the door. So I didn't lock the door. I didn't do anything to change any kind of situation. The back had been that way since the 1970s.
Okay.
I didn't seal it. I wasn't doing anything to prevent the developer from getting in, which is what he's accusing me of, I think.
Have you had a conversation with the developer, Ms. Chong?
I have.
Have you offered to give them access and they can?
We're kind of in the middle of a lawsuit, so they dug and they damaged my house, and they damaged both of our houses on 918 and 914. So we're both in the middle of a lawsuit, and he's also accusing me of trespassing. So I can't even go on to that property to, if I were to have to demolish the back wall and knock that down so that it would be open. I don't think that makes sense, because I live right by Pat's and Gino's, and we have a lot of just drunk people and homeless people and vagrants. And I think the back was sealed off so people couldn't live in the shared alleyway. I think that's why it was sealed back in the 70s.
I think, yeah, just one moment. Okay. Mr. Johnson, interesting issue has just been raised by her. There's a pending lawsuit. Which venue is it? Where is this lawsuit? Is it Common Pleas? Ms. Chong?
I don't I don't know a lot about lawsuits, so I don't know what that means. Is it common?
Well, you've
file?
been summoned to court, correct? You have a lawyer who's representing you?
I have a lawyer, yes.
Okay, so have the hearings been scheduled?
No, not yet.
You negotiating?
I'm hopeful that it will go to mediation soon or something like that.
Okay, so you're in the process. Mr. Johnson, I'm raising the issue now. I'm wondering whether or not we need to stand down until this lawsuit takes its course.
I would say that, I mean, from the city's perspective, the board still has the ability to say whether there's a violation or not, based on the evidence that's presented at a hearing like this. If Ms. Chung wants to go forward with her appeal, many people would probably want to delay it if they're negotiating with the neighbor to resolve an issue regarding development like this. The city wouldn't object to continuing it, but since we've already heard the evidence, I'm not sure. It's well within the board's discretion to hear the case.
I mean, we didn't, if I was aware that there was a lawsuit from the beginning, I would have asked the question earlier. Mr. Pincus, you have any comments?
Well, I guess I'm a little confused because Ms. Chung lives at 918. There's a fence in front of 916. That fence is not owned by you. You can't move that fence. The owner of 916 could remove that fence, and that would give access to the non-existent alleyway, because it's from the side of your house at 918 to the side of the house at 914. It's a vacant lot. There's nothing there.
But that's not the alleyway he's referring to. The alleyway is closed. Although, since I got the notice, I did take the lock off the front door. So it's open now.
But
I
is there physically an alleyway, or is it a vacant?
Yes, there's a very skinny alleyway that I can barely fit into.
And there's a wall. There's a wall as well.
There's a wall, there's 2 walls and a ceiling.
Could I ask Ms. Chung a couple questions?
Sure.
Just regarding that space, and you've lived in that property for a long time. You're familiar with that property growing up in the city, and your family has owned it since the 70s. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Did your family use that space for keeping their trash or some such?
Not really, because it's such a sliver of an alley. Like, you could put trash in there, but it's almost not worth it. Like, we just take the trash out. Like,
how wide is the space, would you say?
I would say like a shoulder's length.
Could you fit so you don't use it at all?
I don't. It's locked, and it's kind of a waste of space, honestly. It doesn't help the structure of my house too, because when they start digging inevitably to build this house, my house is moving a lot more because of the way that alleyway takes away that, I don't know what the term is, but like what would make it more structurally sound as a building.
So you would say,
Mr.
is
Chair.
that part of the
Wait,
issue?
wait, let Mr. Johnson finish his questioning. Yes, ma'am.
Is that one of the issues in the lawsuit?
I think it is, yes. And that's one of the reasons the ground is, when they dig, it moves everything around, and it causes my house to crack and move. It's moving the ground underneath of it because of the way that wall on that side, it relies on the shared alleyway. And it's not very stable because it's just a little rickety little wall. I mean, I opened the front so they have access to it. So as far as this violation is concerned, the lock has been, I didn't take it off physically. It's still there physically, but it's unlocked. I don't want to invite homeless people in there.
Could I ask Mr. Chen?
I don't know if I can break down the back. It doesn't seem reasonable.
Mr. Johnson, can Mr. Chen offer some clarity here?
Well, I was going to recall Mr. Chen just to ask him a couple questions.
Yes, please do that. That may help. Mr. Kelly,
Chen.
we're okay?
Yeah.
Mr. Kelly, we're okay? Okay, please proceed.
Mr. Chen, if you wouldn't mind telling the board, what is the department seeking for the owner to do to comply the violation?
Well, she gotta comply the violation by opening up the the alleyway. The front and the back were able, if the developer want to use the alleyway, they will have access to the alleyway if they're going to use the alleyway.
Okay, I have a
Because
question. for
that is a
Mr.
shared alleyway. It should be open to both.
Even though he's breaking my house.
Okay, well, let's do this.
So I have a question, Mr.
Yeah,
Chair. for
Mr.
Chen.
Chen, but just a minute, just a minute.
Sure.
There was an order. Ms. Penn, had
Oh,
a
Ms.
question
Penn, go
first.
ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Ms.
Okay,
Penn?
I have a question for Mr. Chen. Was it the intention or did the shared alleyway run from, I don't know what that street is, 916
This is on Wharton Street.
Wharton. So does the alleyway run from Wharton to the street that is parallel? Or is it just a small sliver of space
It's just a sliver of space.
next to 916?
Mhm.
I'm sorry, 918, Miss Chung's house.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that small access. Well, it seems if it's an alley has to have an entrance and an exit.
Maybe.
Doesn't wait a second, Ms. Chung. By definition, does an alley have an entrance and an exit?
Mhm.
I'm asking you, by definition, would an alley in the city of Philadelphia have an entrance, right? If I'm going into the alley,
Mhm.
would I have an exit at the rear or would it be closed off?
It will be, it should be able to access through the back of the house, through the alley.
Through the back of the alley?
Yes.
If I may, Ms. Penn, for a little bit of history of inspections, all alleyways in the city of Philadelphia do not have an entrance and an exit.
Okay,
They
yeah,
all
that's
do
what I was
not go
trying to
and
be.
come out. These particular old fashioned, as Mr. Pinkett says, breezeway, small alleys for garbage and for years ago, slop and things, for lack of a better term, for the hogs, was only designed for you to go up and into your yard and then come back out and set your stuff out or bring your stuff out. That's all they were designed
Well,
to do.
I understand that, but just by what you're saying right now, you go up the alley and then into your yard. So if I live in 916, if I'm going into that alley, there has to be some way for me to get into the yard behind 916. If what Mr. Chen is saying, that the alley has no exit at the rear, then how would somebody get into their yard or bring their slop from their property out? So that's what I'm a little bit confused about.
You went
because
in
it
one
seems
way
as
and you
though,
came out the same way.
yeah, it seemed,
Yeah.
well, I understand that you come out the same way, but you just stated that it was to bring things from the rear of the two properties. And I am asking, if there is no entrance into the alley at the rear, how do you bring anything from the rear? You can't
bring it
come
off from the
out. Do you know what I'm saying? You can't come out from the front. So and all of that concrete looks relatively, it doesn't look like old construction. It looks like, no, I'm not saying you did it. I'm not saying you did it, Ms. Chung, but I'm just saying it doesn't look like concrete that was there when the original property 916 was attached before it was demolished.
It's very likely that it was sealed off when the property next door was demolished.
When that was demolished,
Yeah.
right? So it doesn't.
I do have a question before you, Mr. Washington, for Mr.
I'm sorry.
Chen. Mr. Chen, is this permit that they're seeking in violation, is this tied into the new regulation for row homes being built to make sure that they are bind and attached assembly correctly? Does this have anything to do with that?
No, not that I'm aware.
Okay, Ms. Washington?
Oh, just real quick, as a shared alleyway, how would 18 have access to its yard?
That's what I asked.
That goes directly into 16.
Well,
You
what we
say
don't
that
have,
there's any entrance way into 18.
yeah, what we don't have today, what has not been put on the record, is the original construction. We don't know what it was constructed. We all speculating as to how it
Right.
operates, but we don't.
Well,
really know.
Mr. Chair, I'm not speculating. I'm speaking from experience, if you don't mind. And it's a
No, no,
shared,
but-
it's a shared alleyway from
Sure.
the rear. Both neighbors go
yeah.
in and out, so.
Yeah, that we
Okay, from the
understood.
rear.
Oh, great,
The issue-
okay, great.
The issue that Ms. Penn has raised, that Ms. Washington has raised, is in terms of what, in the original construction, what happens on the other end of that alleyway. Whether or not there was a way to get to the rear yards of both properties or not. And if there wasn't, it was a closed tube, so there was no access to the rear. I don't know if that's the case or not.
We don't know that, but
Issue before us today is whether or not Ms. Chung can comply the violation by just unlocking the gate, or does she need to open up that rear portion? Like Mr. Chen's testimony thus far is that to comply, she has to open up that. I'm saying to you, I'm asking Mr. Johnson's considered opinion here, given that there's a lawsuit where these matters of access and attaching the new construction to the existing construction between 14 and 18 is going to be resolved in court, whether we should just continue our case until that's resolved.
I was unaware that there was any lawsuit, so I couldn't speak to any issues. Certainly, the city is not a party to that
Okay.
legal action. So we're not, we really don't have a position on the outcome of that litigation. But I think that both parties, the owners of both properties, would want, given what Ms. Chung has said, the development to go forward to stabilize her building and also make a higher use of 916. So at the end of the day, it may be prudent to continue it, or at the minimum to stay enforcement for quite a while to let the parties work out how best to develop that property.
Okay, all right. Ms. Chung, have you gotten any advice from your attorneys in terms of what's the next steps and that sort of thing?
In terms of the lawsuit or?
Yes, yes.
We're waiting to hear back from them on.
Have you made your attorney aware of this violation notice?
Yes, he was going to present, or he was going to come today in my absence or with me, but then he said he called and spoke with someone and said that it wasn't necessary and I just needed to show up and speak. So he did not join me today because he didn't think it was necessary.
It would have been helpful.
Well, he just didn't feel that I didn't do anything. Like, this has been this way for a long
But
time.
this could have some major impact on you as a property
It
owner.
does. And if I need to open up the back, the side that would need to be opened is on his side anyway. Why wouldn't he do?
Ms. Chung, understand something. Violations against you. Whatever our decision we make will have an impact on you as the owner. And
Right.
so unfortunately, oftentimes people don't consider the gravity of the decisions that are being made in terms of the owner of the property. It could have a major negative impact on you and your legal strategy. I'm not your lawyer, so I can't even wade into that. But I'm just saying to you, it would have been good for him to be here to make an argument on your behalf.
Makes sense for me to give him access to the alleyway when
Mr. Chairman, isn't it possible that, given your question about possibly continuing the matter, that the issue about the alleyway would be resolved as part of the suit between Ms. Chung and the developer?
Yes.
Because assuming that, it is going to be a narrow space, that whatever the plans are for the construction will address the shared alleyway. They're clearly on the plan. It would seem to me that the developer would have to make clear to the city how he or she or they are going to address construction safely for Ms. Chung.
Correct.
And also the existence of the alleyway. So both of those questions might be resolved in that action, and Mr. Johnson
I'm proposing that we continue this matter then to allow that to resolve itself. And Mr. Johnson, at your discretion, you can recall the case and when you put it up again, if you think things are not moving. But that's what I'd like us to do. On the record as to, Mr. Pincus, do you have an objection or?
Well, no, I just have two comments. Number one, it appears that the city hasn't been out to inspect the site since March of 2022. And there appears to be construction activity. And there's a whole thing going on, if I'm not mistaken, in the city about construction that's creating problems. And there's a whole new set of regulations about making sure that the walls and foundations of adjacent properties where they're in situations like this have been properly underpinned so that there isn't structural damage to the adjacent properties. So it sounds like someone needs to be going out from L&I in any case if there's activity going on the property. That's one observation. And the second one that I don't understand is if this is an alleyway that goes through to somewhere to the rear of 916 and 918, then in fact, 916 had a fence and there's another owner, and the owner of that property ought to be able to control its access to that alleyway. And so that isn't necessarily something that Ms. Chung is responsible for. Maybe I'm missing something, but it's a shared alleyway. That means both she and the owner of the adjacent property have access. And all we've heard is that there's a little door on the front and there's a lock, and that I assume that lock could have been cut, but Ms. Chung in the meantime says it's unlocked. So
that's why I'm proposing that we continue this, because the parties to the lawsuit, et cetera, need to work this through. And I think it'd be cleaner, neater for all of us if we just stand on the side and let them work that out. That's what I'm raising.
I think L&I should go out and re-inspect this.
Oh, and I suspect there's got to be a different department that's doing the inspection, I suspect, on the construction site, which would not be Mr. Chen. Mr. Chen, that would not be you, correct?
That's me.
That's you? So
Yes.
you've inspected the construction site to see
Well,
if there's.
there's no construction going on at this moment.
Okay.
Because
So construction has halted as
Yes.
a result of this violation? Okay.
not of this
No,
violation.
not because
The
of this
lawsuit.
violation.
To do with
Oh,
the
because of the
violation.
The
lawsuit.
lawsuit.
Okay.
Yeah, but
Mr. Johnson, just my question to you. Do you think stay of enforcement is more reasonable than a continuance? Because I just think that there's so many questions about the violations and.
I mean, what I would say, can I go off the record for 1 second?
Let's do this, just for a moment. Ms. Chung, do you have any objection to going off the record for a moment?
no, I guess not.
Okay.
Well,
Mr. Johnson, before we go off the record, super limited statements, okay?
The city is not.
Off the record,
taking-
Mr. Kelly.
Yep. The city's not taking.
Go back on the record. After consideration, I think we've debated this matter considerably. As prerogative of the chair, I'm asking that we continue this case and relist it as quickly as possible. We'd also request that Mr. Johnson, in his position representing the law department, connect with the attorney representing Ms. Chung as a matter of discussing how to relist this case and when the most appropriate time that should be. Okay? I think that would help.
And
Thank you
I'm going to
very
go on the
much.
record. I'm going to tell Ms. Chung, you can have your attorney reach out to me. It's Christopher.Johnson@phila.gov.
Okay.
Who's your attorney?
Matt, he's with Horn Williamson in Center City. I don't know if you're familiar with them.
Steve Pollock's in that firm.
Yeah, I think pretty big firm. Horn Williamson, Jennifer Horn's the lead, one of the leads.
Okay, you could have him send me an email if you want. Yep.
Okay.
Thank you.
I will attempt to email you.
Thank
Thank you,
you.
everyone. Thank you, Mr. Johnson.
Mr. Chair, so we just listing this as continued, right?
Yes, this is continued.
Wait,
Mr. Wade, I'm sorry,
Yes.
Mr. Wade, number 21, I think I may have missed it. I don't have anything noted here.
Move
Yeah,
comply.
me too.
Michael
Okay,
Horowitz.
move comply.
Can we be dismissed on? number
Yes, sir.
28?
You're
All right,
dismissed.
Thank you.
Have a good evening. Ms.
Have a
Chung,
nice
have a
evening.
good evening.
Thank
That's
you.
the end of the matter for today. Mr. Chen, have a good evening.
You too. Have a nice
The
evening.
board, if you can, let's go to executive session for about 3 minutes. It's getting close to cocktail hour. Mr. Kelly,
Mr.
thank you
Chair,
so much.
don't forget